come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. and I'm all out of bubblegum.
Alrighty, what is up, everybody? Happy Thursday. We're doing an oddball day stream for us. Well, that's due to the special 2.0 patch that came out yesterday, and then today they had a hotfix for the, I believe, a lot of the connection issues that were happening specifically on console, which is good. It shows that they're on it, you know. I report pretty much every bug I find directly to them, and they're usually pretty quick to get to them, and they've obviously got a lot going on there too, and they're on it. So shout out to Straightforward for honestly kicking ass with the game, really. I do have again, this is something I like to share with the devs as well when I run these polls, but in chat right now, there is a poll, and it's basically, did the hotfix solve your connection issues? And then it's yes or no. So far, we have 8 votes that say yes, so we're at 100%. So, you know, be honest with it as best you can. If the hotfix helped you, report it. If it didn't, report that too. Let's see. What is going on, Vader? What's going on, Oil Slick? DK, Igor, Kenobi, Lavish. Welcome, welcome. Fantastic update. What's going on? Didn't vote, didn't have connection issues. Yeah, you're on, I believe you were going by PC, correct, Kenobi? Hold on one second. I gotta text my landscaper here. All right. Yeah, PC. Got it. Got it. Let's see. Yeah, we got a new landscaper. So he just finished to let me a text saying, "Hey, I'm all set." Anyway, so let's see. Can't vote is because I have to play tonight and see if the hotfix works or not. Got it. So far, we got 8 votes, all saying it works. So that's good. That's good. They did reverse. It's funny. They last minute patched in the mouse availability, and not availability, but basically on PC. If you notice on a lot of my streams, you'll see the mouse just drift onto my screen and then just stays there until I move it. So it can be distracting. I have to, like, mid-drive, move it out of the way. So they patched in real quick last minute before the release a 5-second timeout of the mouse cursor on screen, right? So after 5 seconds, it'll disappear. However, what was happening is if I didn't click on my second monitor, so mainly the game was in focus, if I would go over here to moderate, to scroll through chat or to check things on the stream, after 5 seconds, my mouse cursor would reset and disappear. So I'd have to go over to my second monitor, click on the screen, which I know it's not a big deal, but when you don't ever have to do that, now all of a sudden you have to click on your second monitor anywhere in the desktop just to put it in focus, so it's not focused on the game. It would just constantly reset my mouse. So I'd be doing things and my mouse would disappear, doing things and my mouse would disappear, you know? So they just reverted that from my understanding. I haven't tested it yet. I did, fun fact console guys, specifically PS5 guys, I turned on my PS5 this morning after the hotfix and I checked to see if the issue that Jester had that I was able to duplicate was there, where you're scrolling cars and the game would just crash. That seems fixed. I sat there for maybe 3 minutes or so trying to select a car, and it just, I was just going back. I was giving myself epilepsy. I could not get it to crash. So I'm going to go ahead and say that's fixed. If that does make an appearance, please tell me, or the devs, I mean, but you know, I'm fortunate enough to where I've gotten on their good graces, and I have a couple of independent devs that I can just directly message and let them know, hey, this is a problem, and then boom. Soar's one of those guys. Soar's in the chat all the time. He's awesome when it comes to that shit. Rye's another guy that's awesome. But anyway, so if you guys do have issues that you feel like maybe the Discord's not addressing too quickly or something like that, I'll see if I can address it directly. But I have to, my biggest thing is I need to be able to duplicate it too, you know? Or if it's something that the mass audience can, or whatever, they can duplicate, that's a different story. But typically if I can duplicate a problem, I can be like, okay, this exists. But if I can't duplicate it and someone else is having the issue, I can't be like, oh yeah, this is definitely happening, you know? Whereas like look what happened with yesterday on stream with Jester. Jester had the lobby crash twice back to back. I immediately stopped what I was doing, booted up my PS5, and was able to duplicate it. Boom. That's what I'm talking about. Immediately kind of figure out the problem or report the problem, you know? Anyway. So, let's see. Good morning, everybody. I didn't know there was a hotfix patch. Yes, it was a quiet one. It was a very quiet one. More than too bad. So far we're at 14 votes. 93% say yes, 7% say no, which is probably, if I had to guess, 1 vote if I did the math. So if you did vote, if you don't mind commenting in chat what your vote means, and obviously it means no, but I mean what specifically didn't fix for you, and is it better and just not completely fixed, or is it unchanged? But right now, from a ratio standpoint, 15 votes, that's good. PC is a very, very tough one. Like I said, I gotta chat with Boris and try and get him squared away on computer, because computers, it's very easy to have user computer side issues that might make a game be like, what the hell, this game sucks. You know, I run this game on absolute max settings and stream with the same computer. I don't have a streaming PC. I do all of it on one computer, and I don't drop below 100 FPS in the worst possible conditions. And it's smooth. So when I say worst possible conditions, I mean a full grid of cars, rain, and headlights. All 3 of those things eat up frames. Cars being on track, mainly AI, but online players are, it's still processing an image. Headlights are a big one. They're on, like, I'm talking on AMS2. I can get like 400 frames. The second I race at nighttime with a full grid and headlights on, I'll go below 100 FPS. So there are certain things in certain sims that will completely crush a frame rate, you know? You do everything on a single computer also too, no issues. So yeah. What are you running for hardware? Just mainly just CPU and GPU. Those are the main ones. Also, I was thinking about doing this too. So this is my idea for today's stream. I really don't want to do it blind. Hold on one sec, sorry. Okay, so I really don't want to do it blind. I want to see if the issues are fixed yet or not, so I can properly like contextualize some of the videos. But I was considering watching some of the reviews of the game on stream. You know, the main ones, the big ones. The ones that I think are the damaging ones. Yeah, he does everything. I don't listen to, respectfully to these guys, I don't listen to any of them. Oh boy, there's a lot going on here. Well, let me kill my music now that we're in the game. Oh, hold on one sec. One sec. I'm gonna turn off my FPS counter just because it creates too many questions too often that I don't feel like constantly answering. Plus, not to mention too, when I do get a frame dip under 144, I look at the frame counter. It can be very distracting. So when I'm playing the game, I test it with the frame counter on, and then I turn it off because it's so distracting. Let's see, 7800 X3D, that's solid. RTX 4080, that's solid. 16 gigabytes. Oh, that's that. Yeah. Yeah, you have more than enough computer. But even still, though, technically, you have lesser. All right, let me kill my music now, because the game music is just so good. It's just like a peaceful, theatrical experience. Yeah, we do have a new build here. I wonder if that number's different. But anyway, it's 2001. But this number here next to it is the actual build. So sometimes you might see this number change, and this number does not. because it was a very, 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 very tiny fix that wasn't worth being a patch, you know. 7900 XTX, yeah, I mean that's a banger of a GPU as well. Yeah, Mike, believe it or not, I mean the overclock I'm sure adds a couple of frames, but like I don't overclock. I haven't overclocked in probably 10, 12 years, honestly. There's some frame rate there, there's some performance there, but from a streaming standpoint, I would rather get that little bit of extra headroom for stability over a potential overclock, mainly because I do all my streaming from my GPU, you know? Especially if you have an NVIDIA GPU, as much as I have grown to not like NVIDIA as a company, they have got some awesome software side technology for their hardware that just works so damn well. NVENC, encoding, things like that. It's just, it works fantastic. Anyway, what's going on? Good morning, MPK. Let's see. So what was random? I mean, I'm sure he was dragging it. I'm sure they all were. Like, I could probably spend all stream watching and critiquing every major sim racing, you know, YouTube channel. It sucks because you don't want to shit on people, but at the same time, you're shitting on people already. So it's really, fair is fair, right? It's like a lot of these people in sim racing have built up all of their experience primarily on sim racing. Not computers, not video games, just sim racing. And it gets a little aggravating when it's like, if you deviated from that, you'd have learned so many other things that would be able to fix the problem that you were having, that you were blaming on said sim or whatever, you know? Like AC Evo has a lot, and I mean a lot, of graphical problems, but I have stopped all of them by playing with settings in the game. However, unfortunately, when I rectify those settings that make the inconsistent frames and the massive frame dips go away, it doesn't look any better than any older sim. So the newer graphical updates that make the Evo look a little bit like a next-gen racing sim completely crush the performance. And I am on the absolute maximum computer setup. You can't get more powerful than that, at least right now, not till the next iteration of generational growth in hardware. But for now, if I have a bad experience at the top of the food chain when it comes to hardware, people at the normal side sim racing where they're running on like much more budgety setups, they're screwed. They're absolutely screwed. Whereas this game here, the frame rate doesn't ever seem to go crazy high, but it never seems to go crazy low either. It just kind of sits no matter what you have for hardware, because the reason why for that, by the way, is the CPU utilization. I know that gets talked about a lot, but like right now in this game, the CPU you use, which is a much smaller range in price from cheapest to most expensive, has far more of an effect on your overall performance than the GPU, because the CPU, it's again, and this is on straight forward side where they have to figure out, and this is on console as well, by the way, this is just the game itself. The game is overly utilizing the CPU to do tasks in the game when it should be shifted more to focus on using primarily the GPU. So what happens is the tighter range of CPUs just completely bottleneck the GPUs to the point now where it doesn't matter if you have a 5090 or a 1080 Ti. You're only using some of the GPU and you're maxing out the CPU. You know, you're not, even though if you actually follow the what do you call it? I want to say duty cycle, but that's injector talk. My brain's not working. It only uses like 2 cores. If you have an 8 core or 16 core, none of that matters. It's using about 2 cores on max. And after that, it's not coded to shift over to any other cores. That's most video games, believe it or not. Where'd my audio go for the game? I was just giving you all the compliments about how great your audio was, and now it's not there. Where'd it go? Did I break it? Music volume, I'm gonna max you out. I'm going to quit again and reopen it just to hear the music start over again until the cows come home. Yeah, like they didn't even update the hotfix on Steam in terms of like setting it out. No issues, 90 FPS, 1440p. Realistically, if you're getting 60 FPS, you have enough frames for racing sim. You know, obviously more is better from a smoother user experience. But in terms of like everybody on consoles locked it at 60 FPS. Unless you bump it to, like on Gran Turismo 7, it's got a 120 FPS mode. But the problem with the 120 FPS mode is it's pretty obvious. The resolution tanks because the console cannot give you both, you know? But it doesn't mean it's sitting at 120 FPS. It means it just removes the barrier, the limit, which is this, by the way, folks. Where is it? See right here, frame rate limit, menu frame rate limit at 100. So this game, no matter what you have for hardware, will not go above these frames. So when you turn on Gran Turismo 7's 120 FPS mode, that doesn't mean it's using or it's sitting at 120 FPS. It means it now just raised the ceiling from 60 to 120. You might be getting 70 FPS the whole time, but the ceiling is now 120. That's all that means. Like right now, I don't sit at, I mean, there are scenarios in this game where I absolutely max out the frame rate and I just park at 180 FPS. But there are scenarios where I drop down to 120 as well. But that's just the ceiling. I can't generate more than that from the game. So far, we're at 26 votes, 85% say yes, 15% say no. So if you guys, like I said, if you guys are voting no, I mean, if you're voting yes too, obviously, please comment on it. But I'm more interested in, okay, if it didn't fix your issue, what issue are you having? Did it mitigate it? Did it not do anything? I'm curious. My polls are not just for show. They are for information for, you know, game development, stuff like that. I always report to the devs what the polls are showing. You don't see a hotfix update for Xbox. Let me read the patch notes on there. And by that, there's not a whole lot of patch notes, by the way. It's just like they have one each. I want to see if it was for console or Xbox, or sorry, or PS5 only. This music is good. Okay, so there is no hotfix for Xbox. There's a PC one, and there's a PS5 one. Yeah, dude, Slick, the way people, like, hyperfixate over such random shit. This is the only number that matters right here. When you boot the game up, this number right here is the only one that matters. Because when you're looking at Sony's listing for their patch, whatever it is, they have their own separate one. This number right here is the build of the game that matters from the devs. It might come across differently on Xbox. It might come across differently on PS5. The number from those guys on the console side does not matter. The in-game number up top left, that's the one that matters. Xbox Master Race didn't need an update. On PMR he did last night. His closing thoughts was not perfect, but he called it genuine fun. Changed perspective from the review and said he'd do more. I mean, that's good, but I think a lot what's happening is there's without a doubt, there's definitely some tribalism in sim racing. There's tribalism in everything, but in the video game space, it seems extra in sim extra tribalized, where like people will not compliment another game even though they're supposed to be an objective reporter of information. They will not compliment a game due to another game's popularity. It's really silly, is the best way I could say it. ETR, I have not dabbled in the widgets yet. I'll be completely honest with you. I've been so hyper-focused on all of the other things in the game. I really am like chasing graphical bugs. That's my biggest sort of like thing. And by graphical bugs, I mean, like I found a bunch, and they have fixed a bunch inside of a couple hours when I report them. But at one point, DLSS it never made it to... It probably would have with, I'm going to give myself a little pat in the back for this one here, but DLSS, cockpit view, LMDH, in the rain, a very specific scenario, right? Not many people are going to find that. First of all, you need to be on computer. You need to have an NVIDIA graphics card. You need to be using DLSS, rain, LMDH, cockpit view. You saw nothing except white outside in the windows. It was broken. You couldn't see anything. They had no idea. It was a very tiny little bug, but it was a game-breaking bug in that scenario, right? And they fixed it inside of an hour after me telling them. So, the team's good. The team is on it, you know? And they're a very small team, but they kick ass. So, anyway, let me read. I missed a lot of comments. Holy shit. Dragging the graphics as trash. See, that's ignorant. Graphics are not trash, your computer's trash. Or your ability to operate the computer's trash, one or the other. This is the best looking sim I've ever seen from a max graphics standpoint. And I would say the second best looking one right now is probably AC Evo. But when you jack up the graphics, you lose all performance. I'm talking, it goes from like, oh, I'll be getting 150 FPS. And then I take a turn on Watkins Glen into a certain tree line. And all of a sudden I'm getting like 30 FPS. It's insane, the inconsistency in performance in that game right now. I found what does it in the games in terms of graphic settings, but when you turn those settings off, it now looks like every other older sim. So they have a lot of work to do, kudos. What's going on, Chandler? Enjoyed the 2 hours you got on it? Perfect, perfect. Jamie Russell stream, spend all the stream trashing the force. Well, that's for what it's worth. That is what you I used to watch, I like a lot of Gamer Muscle's content, but when it comes to his live streams, I forgot how loud that was. Fogbound Turtle, thanks for coming back, appreciate it. Gamer Muscles, I like a lot of his content, but if you watch any of his live streams, no matter what he's playing, it's always the same thing. Force feedback sucks, just play AC, standard, OG AC. That's every one of his streams. Just know that I don't see that ever changing, you know, unless one of these other games just straight up copies the files from Assetto Corsa, their force feedback. He's not going to care about anything else that happens in the game. That's just his shtick. That's what he likes. I can't knock him for it because he's at least honest about it. He's not getting paid by Kunos to promote the original Assetto Corsa, that's for sure. So those are his opinions, and that I at least give him credit for, you know? Whereas a lot of these other companies, I feel like they're not regurgitating their own opinions. Cores can be an issue. Harder to use many core. Yep. PC, small one. Overtake Stream, yup. Art Vandalay, they're all nuts. So the people who listen to them are. They're just after attention for their channel. Narcissistic nonsense makes me cringe. It's hard to watch. It's hard to watch. I agree. Let's see. I feel there's a lot of politics involved with the logic. Oh, there absolutely is. I wouldn't call it politics as much as I would call it lobbyism. Because politics is much more of it's just a slang word and everything else but government-related things. But the reality is, it's lobbyism. I guarantee you that's happening behind the scenes. People are incentivized financially to cover their specific game better and put down other games. It's a lot like, it's so much worse than sponsor videos. Because, like, I don't ever look at a sponsor video as, like, I mean, you grain of salt their opinion on a sponsored video. But if they say, hey, this video was sponsored by so-and-so, full disclosure, I immediately go, okay, that's fair. But just know that they might talk about something that's kind of on the bad side or an issue, and they might tell you it, but they don't, like, send it home like this is an actual issue, you know? That's where opinion can get jaded. There are some names that I do trust out there, where if you see a company or a media influencer that gets a sponsored opinion piece and then talks only bad about it, that's a voice that I can at least trust more, you know, because they're willing to not hide behind the sponsorship and mask their opinions, you know. Never gonna watch tracks. I will say they lost a lot of credibility with that, and it might be from a small crowd from the PMR fan base, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because the thing is that they gained nothing from those videos, right? So all they gained from those videos was the people that already watched them and didn't like PMR and hated PMR. Those guys just stuck around. That's it. That's all they gained, which was essentially nothing. However, the people that do like the game and saw the clear bias in their opinions bounced. They're out. They now don't believe that they can trust, because this is the reality of it. If you've spent time on this game from start to finish, you have seen the growth of the game, how much the game has progressed in 4 months. So when they say things like it's the same game it was on release, okay, cool. That's false. That is not even remotely close to true. If that's what you're saying about something that I know something about, what are you saying about things that I don't know anything about? I no longer trust your opinion, so you bounce. You know? I agree, Skeet. There is a lot of competition in this space, and I have 100% of AMS. I have everything. The only content that I do not have purchased is all of iRacing. I have about $500 spent in iRacing, and for me, I'm already like, this is disgusting how I have not put any level of a dent in the content in iRacing, yet I've spent more money on it than everything else. But I have all of AMS2s, and I love AMS2. I just hate the driving. If AMS2's content was in PMR, I would never play another sim literally ever again. Period. Now, obviously, this game has work to do. It's not finished. Ignoring, because I believe we're in like 5 days. We're getting our first DLC in the game, which is 9 cars and 2, maybe 3 tracks. I think it's 2. Don't quote me on that. The cars are already in the game. This is what we're getting. I'll show you. You just can't use them. They're locked. Where is it? So the GT500 Evos. Go back. GT500 Evos. These cars are going to kick ass. These cars are absolutely going to frag. AMS2's driving is you have to spend time in AMS2. Where you notice AMS2's driving problems is when you play a game for a while that doesn't have, like, if you play Race Room, if you're in Race Room and you spend a couple hours in it and you get used to it and you're focused in on Race Room, and then you jump over to AMS2, you're like, holy shit, I can't drive these cars. You really see like the holes, and they just will not do it. They will not update. I love AMS2. I have prayed since day one that I've been playing that game that they would dial in their slide physics and stop it being so slidey, and they say in every update, oh yeah, we made it better. I can't feel it. I cannot feel the slide physics going away. Anyway, these are the other cars. Navigating through race menus, because I couldn't duplicate that on PS5, and I tried for a while this morning, but I don't think I tried for 90 minutes. But yes, prior to the hotfix, that was a specific bug fix, fixing the hotfix. It wasn't listed. The hotfix notes did not list the menu movement crashes, but it was addressed. I hit up the dev last night about it, and they said that's in the patch. No crash, no bug, no anything. Well, that's good. That's good. I mean, right now it's looking like the vote right now is pretty accurate. Okay, cars was 1 last night. There were a lot last night. I was able to duplicate the crash in the menu system on PS5 last night at will. If I cycled the cars trying to give myself epilepsy, the game would crash just about every time. But when it was working, it was awesome. Well, that's good. That's good. As long as did it only crash one time? If it's a crash where it felt random, I can almost be like, that's not like a super priority. Obviously, it sucks. But like, if a crash feels somewhat randomized and you really can't duplicate it, and it doesn't happen very often, it's like, okay, not as much of a priority. But when you can actively duplicate a bug and it happens through relatively basic operation, that's a priority fix, you know? But yeah, no, they're on. Dude, I guarantee you right now, they've already got updates. I've seen how fast these guys work. They work round the clock. And I guarantee you they already have more fixes since the hotfix. They're not going to send out one fix at a time. You know, I think that right now, I think what probably will happen is you'll see all of the next fixes they find within the next few days are going to go into the DLC update. So when we get the new DLC, then we're going to get... Everybody always asks, well, we're going to get a patch of the DLC. Well, a DLC is... You're wasting an opportunity to not change the game at all when you give people new content. Whenever someone has to install an update for a game, you send them fixes. Like, it's like pretty standard across all games. So yes, there will be bug fixes and problem fixes added with the DLC as well. It's not just going to be new cars and tracks, you know? Running through career tonight, be streaming around 6:30 if you want to stop in. There you go, boys. There you go. I assume that's Eastern Standard, Grumps. I don't really remember where you're located. Well, last night, Bagel, like I said, the hotfix addressed a lot of these things. So since the hotfix is where I'm primarily looking for feedback of like what crashes have you experienced since the hotfix has come out. What am I in right now? Race weekend? Let's back out of this. I mean, I've done a lot of talking so far. We've been up for 41 minutes and I haven't touched the game. Just doing some chatty Cathy talking. I do want to experience rank, see if rank's working. I appreciate that, Bagel. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's see. Of course, the GT3 Pro Cup is fragging right now. Let's see. Right now, the GT race has got my eye, but I might... I don't want to race GT3s, man. But I guess I should because it's populated. So I'm not racing this race to care about the race. I'm racing this race to test the interface. But I want to try and have a little bit of fun. But I told myself I'm staying away from GT3s because there's so many better cars. But it's what people want to drive. After Overtake's stream last night, it got you on board despite the crashes? Gotcha. Admittedly, I haven't watched any of their stuff yet. I've just heard what's been said. I try to not watch things before I experience them for myself. Like, so basically, I know for people who don't own things yet, they kind of rely on sort of reviewing. But for someone like me, I don't need to watch someone's review of 2.0 before I try it myself. I'm 100% trying it myself. And then the good, the bad, and the ugly, I'll go to other reviewers and be like, okay, let's see if this is a me problem, or are they able to duplicate these problems, or say, are they having a good time with it as well? Whatever the case is. because it's very easy to watch someone else's experience when you don't have one, and it sink it. Like that happens with movies and TV shows all the time. You might watch something and someone doesn't like something, and that might go, maybe I won't watch it then. And I come to find out they just had a bad take, or you would have actually liked it and you just would have disagreed, you know? They really are invested in this. It's why I'm sick of them getting dunked on in the media, because the game is very much working. 2.0 doesn't mean, okay, finished game, guys. 2.0 is essentially just what they wanted the game to be at launch. So as much as the past 4 months we've had fun and we've also had a lot of problems, treat 2.0 as day one release. And now the polish happens, you know? Obviously they've been doing it the whole time, but the best way I can explain 2.0 is that the initial launch was early access. This is now, okay, this is release day. This is full product release day, you know? Worst case scenario, call that DLC week when that comes out, but it's got nothing but better, but each update seems a lot of people just hate the game. Doesn't matter what they do. That's the thing. There are certain times in this game where this game deserved some of the hate that it got, but the way the game has been progressing, winning people over, their effort, all of this stuff, and then the same voices are saying the same things. It's like, okay, you're clearly just completely checked out, you know? Nice livery in that Corvette, sir. Only reason I'm doing this race, it's not what I want to do. It's not the car I want to drive. It's not the track I want to drive. But I'm doing it because it's got the numbers in it, and I want to see who crashes, who doesn't. You know, I'm trying to throw myself into the experience before making judgments. It's very easy to say a problem doesn't exist when you don't even try to make the problem happen. But when you try your ass off to make the problem happen and you can't duplicate it, then you got something to stand on, you know? How many laps is this? I wasn't paying attention. Do we know how many laps this was? I guess I can check standings, right? Seven laps. So I'll probably bump it back up to 11 gallons after qualify. Oh, it's the threat. AJ, Blue Water, Vader. Vader, did you ever get your game to run better? Because I know you were saying about how your frame rate had completely tanked last night. Recognize him. Alright. Hold on, we gotta glove up. I'm gonna make this legit. No, 80 FPS. Alright, we'll chat a little bit when I'm done streaming and see if we can get you squared away. Played last night with the family and we had a blast. Major improvements. Got a few races in with you and Jester. Very nice, Jack. AMD, you should use OptiScaler AMD. Can't use it because of the FSR problem. If you use this method, you can get a good frame and image quality for like flowing water. Interesting. I do not have an AMD GPU, so one thing it's a little harder for me to work with is giving advice on the AMD side of things. What you really need is someone who operates AMD or uses AMD graphics cards religiously, and also is a computer guy, not just someone who plays a video game every once in a while on their computer. It didn't work earlier this morning. Are you talking about earlier this morning? You mean before the hotfix? Because if they didn't, I mean, they didn't put it in the patch notes if they did fix it, but there's a lot of things that don't get done that are put in patch notes. For example, the LMDH startup fix was not in their patch notes. They change a lot of things, and they don't make patch notes. Imagine hating this game. Imagine hating this game because of a CEO you've never met. Imagine being that level of lemming. You're welcome to not like the game. Nothing wrong with that. But for the reasons people choose to not like something that's the part I question humanity on a little bit.
I'll let you know when you can start to push.
I wanted to ask, since they obviously got rid of Ben, have the back marker bug been fixed, or has the back marker bug been fixed? Where he constantly says there's a back marker, someone slow, I can't remember what his exact words were, but it would just, no matter what, it would just play on repeat every time you got to the back end of Spa right there. Has that been fixed? And there is no game that is not fun to play? Yeah, I mean, you got some serious horsepower, though. But yeah, I agree. I am running Oh, I braked way too soon. I'm running DLSS right now instead of DLAA, just because I'm chasing bugs. Visual bugs. I found a specific DLSS visual bug that only happens in a very specific scenario, so I'm just chasing things like that. The bug that I found with DLSS right now, it's so hard to replicate. But it's DLSS on, rain, spectating, bonnet cam, switching between cars. That's a very, very, very specific scenario. But when you switch between cars, you get a bunch of flickers, like texture flickers from the car. It goes away when you sit on the car for a second, but when you switch in between cars, it does it wicked bad. You turn on DLAA and turn off DLSS, completely goes away. And DLSS is too good. It's too good to not to have random problems that might prevent people from wanting to use it. Like, I get 30 frames out of DLSS, and I lose about 5% of my visual fidelity from DLAA. And for those who don't know the difference between those, DLSS is upscaling, DLAA is native resolution. So deep learning anti-aliasing is what it stands for, and deep learning super sampling is what DLSS stands for. So essentially, DLSS renders the game at 1440p resolution, and then it upscales it to 4K, which is comparable to what PSSR is doing on PS5 Pro. DLAA just renders the game natively at 4K, so there's no upscaling involved. The point of upscaling is that you save frames. So you're getting the frame rate of 1440p, and then a little bit of frame rate penalty from the upscaling process. Whereas when you natively render at 4K, you get a big frame hit altogether. Like the new Racing Spotter voice? I mean, it's definitely an improvement. Definitely an improvement, because I liked Ben's voice better, but there was no emotion from him. When this guy, like, when you do something poorly, this guy, like, sounds, like, upset. He's like, oh, man, this sucks. You do something average, he speaks monotone. You do something good, he's excited for you. They patched FSR this morning for sure. I'll confirm with the devs and see if that was part of it. But that's good. That's good. My laptop has a 7945HX. It's a good CPU for a laptop. RTX 4070 in maximum settings at 2K DLSS times 2, which gives around 78. Good. That's a good frame rate for a laptop. I assume. Oh yeah, you said maximum settings. Yep. Yeah, that's good. That's solid. It's weird. It's all because the game is so CPU bound. You'll have guys with like a 4070 and 8 gigabytes. Right, on a laptop. And by the way, the biggest crutch of a laptop, when I say, oh, that's really good for a laptop, is it's not the hardware, it's the voltage that goes to it. So like even a super powerful big laptop uses like 150 total watts. My computer, the graphics card alone uses 550 watts. So even if I use the same hardware, you turn that voltage down, it can only use so much power. It needs more juice. Imagine it like a train. You throw coal in the fire to get more power out of it. Well, that's your voltage. I gotta use the bathroom quick before this race starts. All right. Whew, I don't know how much time I had left, but that felt close. Can we get the spotter voice to be like Carmen Electra, right?
Okay, mate, you can do this.
I'm sure she needs a gig. I feel like Carmen Electra probably doesn't have any good gigs right now, so she could probably use the money. Take it easy, turn one. Like I said, I couldn't. Whoa! That's what I'm glad I was on the inside right there. Whoa! Why? Why? There was no reason to. Dude, these people are insane. This is what happens. This is what happens when you get new players to a game. So far, though, so good. I mean, that's... Why am I still being hit? That's why I don't play ranked, by the way. With respect, it attracts all the retards. Anyway, what I was gonna say before I was whatevered was that so far so good from a lobby standpoint. Ranked is working. People aren't working. People suck at making a car go in the direction they want it to go. But so far, ranked seems like it's working. Commentator's curse. Oh, you heard my toilet, Lincoln? That must mean my mic is not doing any level of I haven't messaged him yet, dummies. I am gonna though, just time. But I'm sure I can square him away. I'm sure I can square him away. It just might require a lot of work on his end. I can almost guarantee it's software. Well, no, I absolutely can guarantee it's software. But it could be as rough as, like, you know, potentially reinstalling Windows. Because that's just not something that people with computers do, and they should do it every once in a while. Nice quick format of the entire computer and start over on the soft, because you have no idea what's corrupting. Like, I don't know Boris's take on computers. He might know computers, but there's a good chance he doesn't, and he just likes sim racing or playing video games on a computer. But a lot of people, because computer gaming has gotten a lot more popular in the past 5 years or so, a lot of people flushing 3D audio. So my mic must not have noise gate turned on at all right now. Oh, I know what's happening. That's a big part of it right there. There, my voice is probably less distorted now. Somehow my mic was at 100% gain. It shouldn't have been. How do I sound now? I should sound a little bit less peaky and ridiculous. How does that happen? Why? I didn't even touch that knob. Still sounds ridiculous. Volume-wise, it doesn't... Or are you talking about my voice? Slick. I need serious feedback right now. That's what. All right. That's what I got. That's what I got. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's primarily is the volume better now. That's the noise gate's probably fine, but the gain was all the way up on the microphone, so it was able to pick up a pin drop across the house. Well, Twiggy's not coming back, so he lost his... I gave him plenty of opportunities. He kept on taking stupid shots. Sorry. I have the gain lower like this to avoid peaking the microphone when I yell. But I did turn the game volume up a little bit yesterday, so I might have turned the game volume down a little bit. I did it so I could hear the spotter better. No, it should actually be the same, now that I think about it. I was waiting for him to just decide to turn right as I got to him. Rensport definitely needs content, way more than PMR. You guys are going to like the GT500s, especially the Evos. I've had the opportunity to drive them, trust me. You're really going to like High Rock, the one that was made by the dev. That track is... I love when a creative brain gets to flex a little bit. Because whatever, I don't know who it was, but one of the developers made that track as like their own side project. Like they're at home just making a track. That's what I mean by like these guys have passion. Passion is a big part of like making something good and not just making something that, from a money-making standpoint, in their own time, not being paid because it's their own time, made a fictional track. So it's like a donation to the cause of the game that they care about. The track is awesome. It's not going to be a super high horsepower track, but I would say like Group C would probably kind of suck. I mean, I don't know, maybe like Chaos, I suppose. I would say lap times are probably comparable to Mosport. But it's elevation changes, left, right, elevation, up, down, hairpin turn. It's a driver's track. Oh, that was a heavy-ass cone. Was that thing filled with concrete or what? Exactly, Sora. Without saying too many specifics, that's what I was thinking right there. Oh, god damn it! What the hell was that thunder cunt punch? Holy flubber. What did I just get hit by? If that was like a single-player video game, he hit me in my weak spot. Because it sent me flying. Holy shit. I thought that was going to be an easy clear, too. And it was not. Not one bit. Oh my car is so jacked up. But yeah, anyway, as I was saying, High Rock is, I think is honestly going to be like sort of the, track-wise, the shining star of the update. And it's a fictional track. It's the one I want to drive on, that's for sure. That's the stuff I like to see. You rolled a 6 on the hit. Oh, man. Yeah. More speculatory, but GT500 Evos are more in line with like LMDHs in terms of their, you know, speed. They're gonna be popular. They're gonna be popular. The Evos. What's the bars and the force feedback widget? I actually don't. I have to read more on them. That's one thing I have not done much with are the widgets. The ECU widget looks cool. A lot of information there, but like... I did get one little flicker there. I showed it on stream too, so... But that's the first flicker I've seen. Lobby type flicker that you get when you're online. Those don't happen in single player. That was the first one I've seen in 2 days. I like the... I mean, I don't want to say I like it for any particular reason other than its looks, because that's the main reason. But I'm partial to the GTR in terms of its looks in the game, I mean. So that's the one I'm probably going to have a livery made for. It's funny because I hate GTRs in real life, like R35s. I do not like R35s in real life. But they're some of my favorite cars to race in racing games. In AMS2, my favorite Gen 1 GT3 car is the GTR. By like a Texas mile. I'm curious to see the standings, if anybody's DQ'd or not. Well, disconnected, I should say. Sora, if you're still in here, that's that would be like a sort of nice to have text feature. Which, again, I don't know how difficult it would be to change. But if you can separate DQ from DC in the listing. So that way we can know if someone intentionally, like, quit or they got disconnected from the server. You know, because right now it all says DQ, whether it's a disconnect or a DC. That way we can tell if, like, people are just rage quitting or they're getting bounced out, you know? There are plans for updating that? Alright, cool. Cool. I don't think it's like a super priority thing by any means, but it's a nice to have. So far, I mean, it's only been one ranked race, but this has been fairly smooth on my end. I haven't seen any broken cars on track or anything like that. I mean, it's been horrible from a driving experience because apparently people wanted to go bowling instead of racing. But from a server-side game operation standpoint, no, we've been solid. But again, it's the first one, so we'll see. My hood says otherwise. Oh no, I feel that, trust me. Luckily, I couldn't give a shit about my ranking right now. This is all for test purposes. Oh, I turned off. I didn't realize it was a setting. I don't know if it was there before, but it's definitely there now. The look setting, reverse and side. So there's a smooth motion for being able to look sideways and stuff. That would give you the animation of looking sideways. But while it looks cool, it's super difficult to actually use in a pinch. So right now, when I want to look sideways, that's how it looks. Instantaneous. So much better from a racing side of things. Watch. Left, right. It doesn't show you the animation of the guy turning his neck. It just switches to that camera. So much better. I didn't know, was that there before 2.0? Because I didn't notice it until 2.0 in the settings. It probably was there the whole time, and I just don't explore shit. Oh, there you are, Oil Slick. You know what that means, Slick? My livery's better. Oh, no. Jesus, he almost came back on track to hit me. God, you just can't avoid these guys. Sorry, Slick. My livery's better. See? It's the threat. Kicking ass and taking names. AJ, second place. Graz, third place. And then there's me in 14th with a 2:20 lap time. Gah. Gah. I'm just going to blame setup. I did the entire race with a destroyed car.
We just didn't perform well enough today. We need to do a better job next time as a team. Let's keep pushing. We'll find some speed.
That's what I was doing, Jurat. So I have a 6-paddle one, and I'm using my paddles, my top paddles, for looking. Oh, dude, your livery looks good, but let's be honest here. Do you think anybody actually cares about the way my livery looks, or are they just gonna hate vote? Because the reality is, I haven't voted on a single livery, positive or negative. It's just not something I do. It's a livery. Who cares? I have them all. I literally have downloaded every livery. But, yeah. I don't care. You can. Here's the thing. Every single person can downvote my liveries. I prefer that. That means no one's gonna get them. I'll be the only one with the livery. You know? That means nothing to me. I have someone who makes liveries. Same guy who makes slicks and stuff. I don't know if you can vote either, honestly. I don't even know how the system works. What's going on, Kamari? It also means the modder gets paid less. Well, I pay the modder, so I'm not too worried about that on my end. I make sure to give him... If he has to make liveries, I'm going to keep paying him. I don't care. Like, that's not a... You know. I don't do the whole, like, anybody works for free thing. You know. I already gave him a donation for current liveries and plan on giving him more. I'm just waiting for my LMDH one. But he's been busy, so... Alright, really don't want to do MX-5. I really don't care about MX-5. I wouldn't mind doing the 992, but International is the long track, right? Correct? What's the shorter track on North? Let me just look. Look at myself. Oh, it's Grand Prix. Oh, okay. The International is the one I like then. All right, I can do that. I'll do that race. I don't like the full track. That said, you don't get rich off Mod Hub. So far, I've earned... Yeah, you've made championships. You've made classes of cars. No, I won't. I mean, I could potentially do some lobbies today. But if that's what people want to do, I could happily host some lobbies. But no, I will not be on tonight. I'm taking the night off. Thursdays are technically not my data stream, but the game is feeling good and I want to... I'm just doing some ranked races to test out the interface. See if everything's working. Have a good one, AJ. Nice podium. Is this working correctly? I don't know. I don't do ranked enough. League race tonight? Nice. Why can't it be on Wednesday? There are no entries. All right, let's try that again. Yeah, this didn't happen before, so. Hey, if you guys don't... Oh, never mind. There's 19 registered. Just wasn't showing. 21 registered. Feels pretty good. Nice. Well, you got 5 days, Afro Thunder. 5 days. And you'll have it in your life. What a great character on Ready to Rumble. The Simagic setup is so insanely superior to the G923. Just the pedals alone is huge. Dude, with respect to G923 users, you are comparing a nuclear warhead to, like, what do you call the fireworks that you throw at the ground and pop? You throw them at people's feet and they snap. What are those called? You're talking Simagic's flagship wheelbase of 28 Newton meters with all of the latest and greatest technologies that go into fidelity and detail and lack of drag. We're 1 for 1 so far. I'd rather that be the worst scenario, though. It just disconnects me waiting than crashing. It's possible, Kenobi, that the hang-up was related to the disconnect. And then jumping back into ranked. Server freaked out and slowed everything down. I don't know if that will ever be a thing. I mean, maybe they'll make an adjustment on the overall visual of the line. But the reality is that the line is not designed to be immersive. The line is designed to capture your attention so you learn where to go. I get what you're saying, but when it comes down to immersion, at the end of the day, you just don't run the line, you know? Like, I'm going to run the line right now. And everybody's going to kiss my ass when they complain about it. First, I'm going to use the bathroom now. All right. Ooh, we're going to call this one the Purple People Eater. Yeah, that's just the biggest, like you said, Geo, you tend to forget how other games crash as well. That's very much a thing, like, that people do forget about. But the reason why is people want to play this, so when the thing that they want to do fails, it affects them more, pisses them off more, you know? Yeah, no, I 100% agree with that, Neil Sunley. New liveries on Mod Hub? Damn. I collect them all. Liveries are like Pokemon to me. Even if I don't like the livery, I get them all. Because the biggest reason is not that I plan on running them, it's that I want to identify people on track. I probably should have chose the Alpine now that I think about it. Because I drove that car in Race Room the other day and really liked it, so I'd be curious to see how they compare. Yep. I do not know how to drive these cars. I do not know how to drive GT4s. See if that... I don't think that's going to do anything, but... we'll see. The 992 Cup, Sora. Whatever one that's cycling through 992. Golem with the ring. My precious. This is, I love that it can, that's so much better. Yeah, it doesn't look as like transitionally smooth, but I'm that animation, while it, like I said, it looks nice, I need to be able to quickly snap to my side and see if someone's there. Like, that's what I want. Yeah, this is same spot, man. Holy shit. Let's try it again. I do not know how to drive GT4s, man. I can't drive these cars. That's just the reality of it. I don't have any interest in learning. I don't care. I'd rather go drive real cars. I don't know why people like GT4s. It could be Porsches, I suppose. GT3 Porsche is fine. .992 Sprint Series, yes, or... Oh, I'm sure they're... Listen, if people like them, more power to them. But I just don't like GT4s. Same like I don't like MX-5s. There are certain classes of cars I just don't give a shit about. GT4s are one of them. That's why I don't really review them, because, like, I know that my opinion would be somewhat jaded, and I don't... That's not going to be a fair criticism. People who like GT4s should be reviewing the GT4s in all the games, you know? There's no doubt these drive way better than they've driven in this game in the past. But that's why I said I wanted to drive the Alpine, because I just drove it in Race Room. Although, admittedly, I like the Alpine Cup car a lot more than the GT4 in Race Room. Yeah. I get why people like him, Kenobi. I just don't. I just don't. I like driving fast cars. I like, from a... If we had to go the immersion route, I like to drive cars that I know I will have zero opportunity to in real life. GT4 cars are like regular production street cars with a little bit of race car thrown at them. No problem, Sor. I'll have to, if I'm going to race GT4s, I'm going to have to find a car I like driving. I've only driven a couple of them, and so far I'm just not that into them. I can't switch now. I'm already in it. They do drive a lot better, though. I despise these cars when this game first came out. Like, oh, they're slow and they're broken? Cool, I'm never going to drive these things ever again. El Diablo! I will say, I'm happy replays have come a long way visually. Do you guys, I mean, I know you can't save them slick, so try and look past that for the sake of this conversation. But, do y'all remember what, like, replays looked like when this game launched? How, essentially just, like, for lack of a better word, how butt they were. And now, you can view them on console. Can't view them at all. I could have swore you could view them on console. Oh, okay, sorry. You can spectate, which is what I'm doing. You can't view replay. But either way, let's get away from the word replay, because spectate and replay are the same thing in terms of visuals. If it looks bad in one, it looks bad in the other. If it looks good in one, it looks good in the other. I'm live spectating. This isn't the replay. But my point, though, is that viewing, spectating, visualizing, looking at the other cars, how far this has come. This looks okay. This looks like it genuinely like the 100% of the in-game graphics. This doesn't look like anything gets scaled down or anything like that. There might still be some things, but I don't see it enough to really pick it out of the crowd, you know. You see that every once a Spa's got a couple I've seen.
Not ideal. No time.
It's not views like on the car. It's like cinema style views where like you know it's almost like they added a couple that look like it could be like a drone shot. I will say if anybody there right now is listening on the creative side of things like that, I'm not gonna lie. Right now, as contentless as Rensport is, their replay system and their camera angles are like next level. It's weird. It's almost like there was a... If I could be a fly in the wall at the meetings for Rensport. All right, guys, so I want to add this car, this car, this car, this car, this track, this feature. I want to do all that. Hold on, Bob. Bill, what do you have for us? Well, you see, I think we should deviate all of our resources into the replay system. You know what, Bill? That's a fantastic idea. Bob, we're gonna put a pause on all of that, and we're really gonna focus on the replay system. I am convinced that was the conversation in the room at Rensport. Convinced. Because their replay system absolutely kicks ass. Like, it's way too good for what the rest of the game is. They have, like, flying drones that circle the cars, and it's all... I'm like, what is this, a Michael Bay movie? Throw Bob out the window, remembering the famous meme. Yeah.
Let's get a good launch and overtake some cars. You can do it.
I'm right where I deserve to be, dead last. I'm just going to sit back and wait for the carnage. One. Oh, he recovered, though. Damn. I mean, I know I'm bad at driving these cars, but damn, people. Jesus. I'm like cruising through these turns at par throttle and having to jack up on the... If nothing else, folks, it is comedy. I just have to drive these cars more gentle. If I want to drive these cars like a fast race car, you crash. I feel like the word need is an overstatement on a lot of things. You want these features. You don't need a lot of these features. You want the features. I really think there needs to be a priority tier list. And I know the problem is that every single person thinks that their thing is the priority. And at the end of the day, the numbers are what determine the priority. Like, I know people want telemetry, for sure. But join in progress is far, far more important than telemetry. Far more important. You want there to be a priority list. It's true. You're not wrong. Use what I said against me. But I do agree, telemetry should eventually get put in the game like that. Spectating telemetry, things like that. I agree. But, again, priority. I think there are far, far more important things the game needs feature-wise before we get, like, the creature comfort bougie shit, you know? These Sora's got a priority list. What you don't realize is Sora's going bald, trying to implement smoothly one of those features. Sitting there ripping his hair out. I'm just joking. He's not ripping his hair out. He's staring at the tub full of water and the toaster next to it and contemplating getting in. Your wife gave you yours? I have no idea how to say your name, but I'm going to guess at it. Kunasek? That's probably pretty terrible. Thank you for the sub. See, I'm on PC, and I prefer to play this. Don't you do it? All right, good job. I have everything. I have every bit of content except for everything in iRacing. This is what I choose put my time into. And it's arguably unfinished, but it's what's here is good, so that's where I devote my time, you know? so I know one thing that I want, that I'm very vocal about, which does not affect many people, and it's a me thing. I want the exposure and the filtering turned down on the windshield. You miss out on too many nice visuals chasing Lexan window realism. No effect on the game whatsoever. Not really a priority of any kind. But it's one of the things I want the most because it's what I see the whole time I'm racing. Yes, there is, Captain Crunch. I'll read some of the bigger comments in a second. It's hard to read the paragraphy ones when I'm actually streaming or racing, I should say. Some tires screech a lot louder than other tires. No, you son of a bitch! Son of a bitch, bitch, bitch! Yeah, that snap without the animation is so much better on the viewing. I saw the car spun out on that turn and I panicked. I don't know why. I just, in my head, I was like, oh, they're going to pull out and wreck me. So I got on the brakes way too hard and then wrecked myself. Oh, I figured he was, all right, let me go. All right, thank you. I was going to give him the turn since he technically had the line and I was on the inside, but he gave it to me, so I'll take it. Yeah, Kunisek, that's by design right now. While the netcode kind of gets like refined and dialed in, people that have a certain level of ping they get ghosted automatically. They're ghosted full time. But yes, I do agree. The part that the thing that introduces that can be difficult is you don't know who is ghosted because there's no way of identifying a car outside of memorizing who's driving what. And the reality is, the real solution to ignoring that, though, is pretend nobody's ghosted. Because you shouldn't be driving through anybody if you know they're ghosted. You should be treating them like they're actually there and they're hittable, and you have to race them, you know? But the problem is that people want to take advantage of the fact that people are ghosted, so they don't know who's ghosted, and they don't know who they can just drive through. So if you treat every single person on track like they're not a ghost, it's not an issue. It actually feels more like a bonus when, oh no, we're about to crash, and then you drive through them like, oh, thank God. But if you treat everybody like they're a real car, I mean, they're all real cars, but they're not ghosted, then that really isn't that big of a deal. That's just a temporary thing until, like I said, netcode is polished. Although, honestly, I think in the current state of the netcode, I feel like they probably could turn that off right now, and it would still be a pretty good experience. Because I haven't really been, like, lag punched or seen anybody with a bad connection. No, you see me, right? I can see a couple more patches before we lose the ghosting altogether. Because honestly, I feel like netcode is, as of 2.0, minus the random dropouts, right? That's causing like random dead cars on track and shit like that. I haven't seen anything in any of my experience today that would make me think there would be problems if they unghosted all the cars. Oh. A long race. I didn't even think about fuel. And I don't have my my Wikipedia displaying right now to tell me how much fuel I got, so I think we should be good though. Fuel light hasn't come on yet. Yeah, I did see that car falling from the sky too on Jester's stream. That was pretty hysterical. I don't know if you saw that, Sora. That was hysterical. It was one of the ranked lobbies where I think Lincoln on Jester's stream. It's weird. On Jester's stream, Lincoln's car was broken and hovering in Spa on the straightaway. And but Lincoln was still in the race fine. But then at another point, when he was coming up after Eau Rouge, a random car just fell from the heavens into the background. It's always funny to see what a game's gonna do with like a disconnected car and how it disconnects from the server. Like, what bug did that just create on the back end? Where's it gonna put that car visually? Some of the bugs you have to kind of just like laugh at and somewhat enjoy, because it's like, hey, this is at least entertainment, you know? But this, so far, I've seen nothing here that's been like, you know, obviously we recorded that, the DC from that lobby where basically nobody got into that lobby. So that lobby clearly crashed. But, outside of that, all I've experienced is just, this one's not been as bad when it comes to the bad drivers. But GT3 was rough from a driver standpoint. But that's nothing PMR can fix. That's just people. Yeah, I appreciate that too, Wicked. But yeah, no, it's frustrating. It's not even frustrating because, like, I like the game or something like that. I just don't like dishonest reviews, man. Like, there's a lot to like, or I shouldn't say there's a lot to like, but there are things in AC Evo that are good and worth talking about. But the game being praised like it is, that is the opposite of how it feels with PMR. I don't understand the praise about AC Evo right now. And I am by no means anti-Kunos. I want AC Evo to become really good. But so far, they haven't shown me that I really have any real reason to want to play AC Evo. And the one thing that I thought they were going to do, the career mode with the actual economy system and stuff, like the single-player side of things, they took it away. Completely took it away. After charging people on the, you know, early access promise that was going to be part of what they got. That's a big no-no, in my opinion. And I know not everybody wants single player, but as me, I'm a variety whore. I want a racing experience to do everything at some point. Like, I'm looking a whole lot of forward to Forza Horizon 6 for drifting. I want to just do a whole bunch of nonsense drifting everywhere I go, everything I do. Drift, drift, drift. You know? But that's my incentive to play that game. My incentive, right now I have no single player experience across all of my sims that keeps me wanting to play single player. Career mode might be a little bit better now that they've given you like a reward system. Something that like feels like, hey, look, I did this. I have achieved this. I know it's all digital and none of it really matters. But, you know. Whoop, totally overshot that. I agree, AC Evo is not going in the right direction. But, like, it's weird to me. AC Evo announced getting rid of their career mode, and it was nothing but backlash. And then, Kunos got a PR piece, interviews, to sort of have them speak and justify doing it. So it felt like the media side of YouTube was helping Kunos sort of retcon their decision. And then Kevin got his interviews, and I'm like, oh, all right, cool. So Kevin's getting an opportunity to speak, which I liked. Admittedly, I liked the Overtake interview a lot better than the Traxian one. The Traxian one felt more like a, we're going to put you on trial, more so than a genuine interview with conversation involved. But that's just how I at least took it anyway. So I'm like, all right, they're giving him an opportunity to sort of stand on his own 2 feet and defend the game in a fair, you know, interview, I guess, with the word. And then the reviews for 2.0, which I have been playing the game the whole time. Most of you have been playing the game the whole time. 2.0 feels great. I've played every other sim. This game does not deserve the way it got covered. I don't understand it. It's genuinely feeling like the landscape in sim racing is lobbied. No. No. I don't think Just Hunt is in any way part of any kind of lobbying. I think she's just giving her own opinions, and she might be, like, swayed by other people's opinions, but by no means do I think she is at all being paid to shill out a game or something like that. She's too small. She's too small as a YouTuber for that to ever happen. You need to start getting a lot of traction in a particular space for that to even be considered. But that's why I think Straight 4 should really sort of change how they do some of their, like, open field marketing. Screw these big companies, you know, with biases and they want to tiptoe over certain things. No, as much as, you know, Jester can be like the very vocal, controversial person, there are some things I think that he just shouldn't say, as the fact that he has a voice that should be kind of kept behind closed doors. But from the purposes of, like, say, talking about a game, I do think he's very thorough and fair in his assessments of games. I think he would be a much better person to properly kind of evaluate a game over, say, someone like Overtake. And Overtake's huge. But the second you show me that your opinions or your whatever are clearly biased in an opposing direction, I don't want to listen to you anymore about any subject. All right, let me go back and read some of these comments here. Yeah, people kept driving through you, and I'm sure they didn't care if it was ghosted. Yeah, that's the reality of it. Ghosting really is just designed to save someone in a bad situation that's affected from, like, server lag and things like that. But people take advantage of it. And some people just don't care. They're going to drive through you no matter what.
You're in the points. Good result for the team.
I agree, Trev. GT7 does implement ghosting quite well when it comes to creating a good race experience. Not necessarily real. No ghosting is realistic, obviously. But, like, for me personally, I would like either a ghosting in quali or just qualification where each individual person is on track by themselves. Because quali is meant to be, you're going for podium. So you don't want traffic in the way. Biggest part of why I rarely qualify in a lot of races is because I get caught up in traffic and I just don't feel like dealing with it. Oh, did I make it? No, I didn't make it. That was another one right after it, though, I think. Already that or it filled up. I'm going to try the sprint series again, see if it breaks again. So if you guys are watching and you want to jump in and be included in part of the stream testing, jump into sprint. 992 sprint. See if we can get the crash to happen again or if we get in. Oh, I get you, Rocco. I get it about the advice. Seen too many people. That's how is this game unplayable? It's so aggravating. This shit's just unplayable. Why? Why is it unplayable? What makes this unplayable? What problems are you having, Rocco? YouTube drama sells. Negative review gets more view. Oh, I will never... Here's my thing, and it will bite me in the end in terms of the YouTube side of things, but I don't give a shit. I do this YouTube thing because I enjoy it, not because I'm trying to make it my career. I have a career. If this eventually becomes something genuine is the key word, where I don't sell my soul, which I will not do. I will stop doing this before I sell my soul. Then I'm fine with that. But I am not making any decisions on this channel based off of long-term growth. I don't give a fuck. If you don't like me, fucking get the fuck out of here. Don't let the door hit you. You know? But if you expect me to egregiously glaze something or egregiously roast something based off of somebody else's opinion or, you know, a bias, fuck that. I'm good. You know? And since I just talked shit necessarily about AC Evo a second ago, the Lara EXP, the F2004, some of the best sim racing I've done. Those two cars are fantastic in that game. But everything else to me is a skip. So, for me, I can't justify the driving experience of only two cars. But those two cars crush it to me. The Dallara EXP, just driving it and listening to it, I'm like, this is music. This is incredible. But that's unfortunately where it ends. Forza Motorsport 7 had the best bug I've seen at Daytona. You'd be going around the oval and every other car would be dropping on top of the flag. That's funny. That's funny. AC Evo has much worse performance issues than PMR. Way worse. Way worse. But reviewers say the opposite. Reviewers say the opposite. This is going to sound a bit egotistical or a bit narcissistic, but when it comes to the sim racing, reviewing point of view, I know far more about computers than you guys. You might know far more about sim racing than I do, but when it comes to getting things to work on a computer, I got you. And the shit that I see people do, I'm like, I cannot duplicate that problem, but I can easily, like, you are glazing over an issue right now that I see happening on your screen. No one in chat's talking about it. You're not talking about it. I see it happening. You have all of the information on screen, and you're ignoring it. But then, the second the tiniest little minute thing happens in your experience with, say, PMR, you harp on it. You harp on it. You harp on it. Bullshit. I do not believe you. Sorry. All right, I'll put my ego back in the box now. Back to very generic talking. And now you are saying going to console is near to a no-go. I haven't heard them say that. They pushed it back to 2027, which I absolutely expected. But I don't think they've said it's a no-go. Maybe I'm wrong. I remember a streamer talking about how bad the force feedback is and saying that she couldn't feel what the car was doing. I can save oversteer much easier on PMR than G. I mean... Oh, okay, that's what you're talking about. It was just... Okay, so Ricky, okay, you weren't talking to me. See, I was speed reading chat. Yeah, I don't agree with her when it comes to the game. I don't. That simple. It's quite possible she doesn't know what she's doing in terms of that stuff. I have an RS50 as well. So, obviously, I can't run this crazy, ridiculous wheelbase setup on PS5 because it's not PS5 compliant. But I have an RS50. I mean, the lack of True Force in PMR does dull some. I am a big True Force fan, FYI. I come from Logitech. Big True Force fan on the direct drive stuff. It works really well. ACC and GT7 have True Force. PMR does not. PMR just has like sort of like generic vibrations. It's better than nothing, but I like the controlling force feedback better on PMR than I do GT7 by a landslide. However, from a feeling in your hand standpoint, True Force does carry some weight over not having it. Now, if you turned off vibrations and True Force on this obviously this lobby worked. If you turn off True Force and the vibrations in both games, then it's not a comparison. PMR is substantially better from a force feedback standpoint. So in my opinion, when the time comes and they do implement True Force, I think the Logitech guys are really... You're no longer... Even though she's not on a Logitech system, I believe. I think she's a Thrustmaster, so I have no experience with Thrustmaster. Maybe Thrustmaster on PMR sucks on console. I don't know. I've never used it. So grain of salt there. But I can speak from a Logitech RS50 standpoint. The force feedback is substantially better. And the control is substantially better on PMR than Gran Turismo 7. Gran Turismo 7 is just muddy water. That's all I can say. Oh, wow. More Jesus, man. You guys talk fast. Free play weekend on Steam. Very nice. Just Hunt is one of those who hits people on track, then acts like she's innocent when people give back. I don't want to go too far into that. I think she's just another average sim racer. I'm an average sim racer. You know, in the moment, like, there are times where in the moment I'm at fault, and I don't know I'm at fault until I watch it back on the VOD. I'm like, oh yeah, that was kind of my bad. You know? I see her do that. I see everybody in sim racing do that. They blame the other person as the knee-jerk reaction because they're only hyper-focused on what they're doing, and they're not focused on what the other person near them is doing, and there ends up being contact that is their fault. I see that happen a lot. I can't fault her for that because I'm guilty of that myself. And then real quick, since we're on that subject, without going into too much detail, this is my fair take at Jester versus Just Hun in terms of that whole scenario. This is my opinion. He shouldn't have said what he said, at least publicly, and she shouldn't have made that video. Two wrongs don't make a right. Neither of them should have happened. I know he was just giving his opinion, and it was clipped together to make it seem like he was just, you know, hitting her and hitting her and hitting her. He wasn't. But that being said, though, those were all things he did say. And a lot of those opinion pieces of that, he probably just shouldn't have said live. That's that simple. But like I said, on the other hand, she shouldn't have made that video either. That's my take, and that's where I'm leaving it. Two wrongs don't make a right. I don't judge either of them for it. Everybody makes mistakes, but neither of it should have happened. Same way when I said what I said about Boris, I apologize to Boris. I own that. I shouldn't have said it. Those are things that you say behind closed doors in an individual conversation or to the person directly. But you just never know, because the problem with YouTube is that you never know. It might seem like I'm like, okay, I see your name right now on screen, dummies, just because that's the name I'm seeing. Me saying something to you right now, while it might seem like it's personal in terms of like I am talking to you, you don't know who's watching. A video could just be spammed across something. Now a whole bunch of people take something that might not be contextualized correctly, or it might seem like more of an attack than it actually is. You just never know. It's the internet. So it's best to just stay away from saying opinions of people if they veer down a negative path. Unless you truly don't care about the repercussions. I don't, for example, Overtake and Traxian's coverage, clearly biased, clearly bullshit. I don't care about the repercussions of me saying that live on the air. That's that. Clipper, it's weird. I'm having issues to figure out they really need or want. I don't know what you're saying, respectfully. Let's see. I think they just need the confidence or whatever you'd call it to put out a demo and or a free weekend. I'm getting another PMR update, Trev. I'll have to look into that. Trevor, what are you on? PS5? Hey, EJ, I agree regarding the overtake review. We had already put together the video prior to the rollout and decided he wasn't happy with it, but yesterday during his stream he was. Well, yeah. Yeah. I believe it. What? I've not said anything bad. I don't know what you're replying to or what I said that made you say that. I've said way too many things, and I'm so behind on the chat. Singing a different tune by the end of the stream, and even said he would stream it again in a few days to cross-platform races, but then he posted the negative crap and added a positive comment. If anyone is listening, I'll sell my soul. Contact me. Nice. Let's see. All Sims do come out and have serious issues in the beginning. They all do. All of them. I've not said anything bad out of this game, so why tell me to leave? I wasn't... Definitely didn't tell you to leave, Rocco. I don't know why you took that personally. I was speaking generally. I'm older than you, and I was working on a computer before you were born, but I understand your point of view. I was referring Fogbound. I feel like there's a lot of people in chat that took things I was saying broadly, almost personal. I wasn't saying anything to you, Fogbound. I was talking about the people who are, like, sim racing using computers and reviewing games on YouTube, like these bigger channels. I'm not saying I know more about computers than everybody on the planet. That was not what I was saying. I was specifically talking about the other YouTubers I'm seeing that don't know their ass from their elbow when operating a computer. And they don't know what anti-aliasing is. They have no anti-aliasing on, talking about how everything is grainy and jagged. It's like, yeah, you don't have the literal feature, the software feature that smooths jagged edges on. I'm on a cheap Thrustmaster. It's loads of fun. I use a Thrustmaster T248 and I love it. G29 feels dead on PMR for me. It does, but I think that respectfully the G29 feels dead on just about everything.
Unfortunately, there's no time on the board. We'll start from the back.
I changed steering rack sensitivity. Yeah. I don't know what I was in issue between just. It's dead and buried too, Wicked. Their issue they had. I think they squashed it personally, but realistically, it should have never even got to that point, you know? LMU has stated console is so far from what they want at present, so console release could be either put on a runner or forgotten. Gotcha. Quit driving GT7 because it's too much screen loading and race what? Yep. Well, in defense of Rocco, to you, Slick, saying, or Coco, saying that they already confirmed consoles coming next year, it's a year out, and nothing is official till it's out. Like, so we don't have it. How many things have been canceled on empty promises? You know? Free weekend on Steam. Good. Oh, you're on PC? Did you got another update? What are you referring to, Trev, when you say you got another update? Are you referring to the hotfix this morning, or is there one since then? Were there two hotfixes? Now I'm curious. God damn it. Oh, stream free weekend.
Okay, mate, you can do this. Let's stay out of trouble in the first few corners. No heroics out there.
Oh, I didn't set up the car. I'm not going to be able to drive this thing. Yeah, that was this morning one. I have that. I'm using it right now. That was the hotfix. I'm so screwed right now. I didn't set this car up. My force feedback is way too high. And I didn't put any wing in it. And I can't drive this car without more rear downforce. Skill issue, but still. See? Losing the rear just by tapping those brakes. But yeah, I'm so tired of seeing like the sim racer, like the diehard sim racers, or at least perceived as diehard sim racers, not knowing the basics of computers and then ragging on the game because they don't understand the computer side of things. That has been like one of my, like, you guys honestly, like, those guys, they should be playing games on console. That's the reality of it. Because the console experience is the console experience. It's a fixed experience. Everybody gets the same one. The only thing that's different is their perceived expectation of that experience. But the experience is always the same on console. There's no varying experiences unless you have a broken PS5. Whereas PC, there could be hundreds of different experiences, and you have to know how to deviate around those problems. Sora, if you're still in here, did you get anything out of that log that you liked? And by liked, I mean useful, not necessarily liked. And there's nothing wrong with that, Rocco. There's nothing wrong with that. I have a PS5 as well. And on PS5, I don't troubleshoot shit. I just turn it on and play a game. And it's great. But the experience is better on PC. However, you have to know PCs. Software and hardware. You can't just... Like, the people that just buy a gaming PC and just use it and think they're going to have an incredible experience, they're the ones that are going to have, like, nightmarish problems. Because they don't know. I tell people all the time, I love computers. I'm all about computers. And... if you truly want to really, really enjoy computer gaming, you also want to learn about computers as well. Because they kind of go hand in hand. It has been fixed and is already live. Was on back end. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, this is... Oh, he's ghosted. It's good to know he would have killed me. Now I know I can go through you, though, so... But I'm still going to drive honest, like that, case in point. Can you fix my taxes quickly? I appreciate that, Sora. You're the man. I told you guys at the beginning of the stream how fast they fix problems. But man, Straight 4 just doesn't communicate. They really don't. Their game sucks, it's broken, it runs terrible on my $80 billion PC. Cue every other nonsense statement I've heard. Like, for example, when I say you gotta understand PCs and just the general, what goes into gaming on a PC and what goes into using a PC. Do you have any idea how much driver testing I've done with the NVIDIA graphics cards to see what works and what doesn't? Like right now, I can tell you that driver 59186 was the last NVIDIA driver that worked well with PMR. There have been about 4 or 5 drivers in between the one that they released yesterday, which is 59597, that haven't worked. And the one that was released yesterday works, and that's what I'm using right now. That was weird. We partially ghosted. I guess we're close enough in ping to where the server was trying to decide if we were going to make contact or not. Have you found, Sora, that general connection issue is console or PC specific, or both? Because outside of the one you just saw right there that you fixed on the back end, I haven't had any connection issues on my end, but I'm on PC. God, I am slow. I am slow, slow, slow. It's, to be fair, Rocco, it's really not that hard. Which is a big part of why I get stressed out when I see people on the internet acting like they're the authority figure, their opinion is the authority figure, and they don't know the basics of the tech they're using. Well, Waleed gave up. At least I wasn't the slowest guy in the grid in a car that I don't drive. I don't know how to drive, a track I don't know. I'll take that. I'm not fast, but I'm not stuck in the mud slow. So my class rating went down. I went from 67 to 66.8. And I think I gained positions, did I not? I don't know how ranked works in this game, like at all. Ooh. I'm definitely doing GT Endurance Cup. Fuck yeah, baby. Fuck yeah. It's happening again, Sora. The hang up. It's hung up right now. Doesn't seem like it's crashing, but for some reason, as I scroll through the cars, but only on ranked it does this. I can probably answer that for Sora. No, tomorrow. They're at the very least, they are very much aware of the ghosting. MT110H, thanks for the sub. In fact, I'm pretty confident they have used the expression FSR in PMR. Looks like Tron. If anybody's ever seen Tron. But trust me, they're aware. What are you thanking me for? You subbed to me. Thank you. What do I want to drive, though? I've heard the Lister's good. I just don't know if I want to try a car I haven't driven since the update. I'll let you guys pick. What do you want me to drive? C6R. It's 1 vote for C6R. What else we got? C6R. So one of the C5R is my first choice, but C6R is a solid choice as well. They're basically the same car. Celine. I know the Aston was the fastest prior. My guess is it's still probably the meta because it's an Aston Martin, and they tend to always be the meta sometimes. Always be the meta sometimes. Cool, I've gotten 1 vote on just about every car. Yeah, DLSS has a little bit of ghosting as well, but not nearly as bad as FSR. Issue with lower quality networks. If you have a solid network connection, then doesn't seem to be any issue. That makes sense. Because like I said, outside of that lobby where nobody got in right there that you said it was fixed on the back end, I have not had a single experience with any kind of level of disconnecting. All right, some people are saying Lambo. The Lambo was my favorite before the update, so let's see how I like it now. We need some liveries for this Lambo. Because not for nothing, guys, they all kind of suck. Like, I would like this one if it didn't have orange in it. The orange kills the silver. Like, completely kills the silver. Did we hear the toilet? Yay, nay? Perfect. That's how it's supposed to be. All right, let's see how she feels. Burp, burp, clunk. Heard a few hours. That was when I sat down and smashed my microphone. All right. Let's see how she feels. Yeah, see, look at the visuals through the lack of side window versus the front windshield. I know it's Realism. It's Lexan window. But I want the visual. I like the outside exterior. By the way, this is such a good feature. Can anybody tell me if this was in the game prior and I just didn't know it was there? That, and by that I mean this. Right here, free look smoothing. This is how it always was before. It was? That's how it was before. And while it looks cool from an animation standpoint, it's horrible for racing. Because I'll be like, all right, I'm coming up to a turn. Where is this guy? And then I'm crashing in the turn because it took so long to come back. Whereas now, turn it off. All right, I'm coming up into a turn. This guy's got the inside corner. Where is he? You can just do so much more focus in driving. You get the information you need and you're right back in the race. I hate that I didn't know that was there the whole time. What an idiot. Oh, shit! Nice, Art. Nice. This is a good... Honestly, the entire GT class is great. It's one of my favorite classes of cars in sim racing. And prior to this update, I just didn't like the way they drove. The rear end was so unpredictable. You could lock up the front tires so easy under braking. And it just didn't feel like... It felt challenging, like super challenging. But it didn't feel authentic to the class of car. This feels good now. Oh, that's cool, Frank. But, like, I'll be coming up into this turn. Like, let's say I got the outside lane, and I'm coming up into this turn here, and I know I got to brake soon. Where is this guy? See, I can use that information. If I was using that in the whole smooth motion thing before, I guarantee I would have missed the braking zone. It does seem like it has a good amount of body roll. The whole entire class feels like that. But it does... Whoa! I was about to say it does drive really good, though. As I about lost it. This is actually my favorite class in this game right now. I love the way these cars drive. I didn't say I was good at driving them. Like, ready, watch. This might be a perfect example. Oh, you can't compare it to ACC. Those are GT3 cars. Completely different class of car. Too soon, Junior! Although, technically too late. I did it. What's up? Did that look cool? What do you think? You edited out all the code in PMR shader. It removes the windshield. Looks strange, but clean. Send me the file. Please. Please send me the file. Please send me the file. Yeah, too much. I know. I messed that all up. I was just trying to see how hard I could push into that turn. I got a lot to learn about this class. It's my favorite class of car from its driving characteristics, but I'm not very good at it. But I do want to learn how to drive these cars better now that I think they drive really good. Oh, I know. They've mentioned it to me, but I'm impatient and I want to see what it looks like. This class is awesome, Holland Brown. I love this class. I'm so happy the update corrected these cars. Like, they felt too useless before.
You've got 5 minutes left.
Kenobi's got new tunes for 2.0 for the GT class. Now, I don't... The thing is that, Frank, the VR and triples can't get done before CPU utilization gets better. Like, that's the thing that holds that back. Here's the thing. They could absolutely give us triple screens and VR right now. And then guess what? Everyone's game will run like shit, and everybody's going to complain about that. So it's one of those things where it's the same argument as the join in progress feature. Don't implement it until it works flawlessly. A half-ass implementation is just going to piss people off more than not having the feature. What's worse than no VR or no triple support in the game? Bad VR and triple support, where it just breaks the game and makes all sorts of problems happen. You know? I get it. I understand the desire to have it. But again, if it can't properly be implemented, don't implement it until it can be proper. And admittedly, it's not a big deal to me because I don't use either. I know a lot of people do use it, so I get it. But right now, if you have NVIDIA, you can at least use I asked this again what it was called yesterday. NVIDIA where it stretches the image across 3 panels, and it's doable. That's what Seaberg and some of the guys I play with do. They play on triples with this game. They just use NVIDIA software. Yeah. I hope it grabs more PC players. Was I able to calibrate my sim? So, are you asking, like, in PMR or in general was able to calibrate them? NVIDIA Surround, that's right. Yeah, I know it's iFinity on AMD. But it's, for some reason, I have NVIDIA Shield in my head. And I know it's not NVIDIA Shield. Pedro Montero, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. The console sale's huge. A free weekend on Steam. No, I don't calibrate my pedals in PMR because it doesn't recognize them. I think it doesn't recognize them because I don't run them through my base. It recognizes them as when I bind them, but the actual calibration doesn't do anything. But I also don't have any reason to calibrate them either. Like, they work fine without calibration. But I'm relying on the SimPro software to do that. Like, if I were to go calibrate my pedals right now, they don't even register on the calibration chart. Nothing happens. It's been that way since day one. But they also work flawlessly, so I don't care. But I don't have any of my Simagic stuff. None of it's plugged into the wheelbase. It's all plugged into USB on my my USB hub. Everything is independently plugged into the computer. I don't know if that has something to do with it or not, but there is no calibration process on my end. That's a good price. Realistically, all the guys who are on the fence and are waiting for the game to, like, get good or whatever in their aspect, they should buy the game now. Especially the console users. They should buy the game now at a reduced price, even if they have to wait. But, I mean, realistically, you shouldn't wait. If you buy it, just try it out. See if you like it. That much in sale. You might. What are you on, MT110? PS5 or Xbox? Or Xbox Series S. If you're on Xbox Series S, you might have a rough time. Although I do play with guys. Ironically, one of the guys, the guy, if you hear Hot Rod in my chats, he plays it on Xbox Series S and doesn't complain about it. I'm sure someone who's as stubborn as me would probably complain about it. But Xbox Series X, yeah, you should have a fine time, honestly. I have it on PS5 Pro as well, and I think it's fine on PS5 Pro. I have no complaints. The visuals are not as good as PC, but duh. But the thing is that while... So what's going to happen is, like, when the utilization issue that's currently in this game... It's not really an issue, it's just... It's unoptimized. When the CPU utilization optimization occurs, when they finally get that figured out... PC, the frame rate's going to go up, right? That's what's hurting. That's what hurts us on our end because we can we can run native 4K, full visuals, everything's fine. We have that ability on PC, so our frame rate's just going to go up. But on console, what's going to happen is your frame rate's going to stay at 60 frames, but your visuals are going to go up. So all of a sudden, a lot of that, like, lower resolution imagery is going to get higher resolution. And the higher resolution is really what makes a game look good. I can't do low resolution stuff. Low res kills me. And also on PC, when the CPU utilization gets fixed and our frame rate goes up, now it's safe to implement VR and triple screens. Because VR and triple screens are going to rob frame rate, but it's going to still be playable in that ability. Honestly, if they're going to be that stubborn, let them be stubborn. Let them miss out on a fun opportunity. Honestly, one person at a time is all it takes. One person at a time, and the game will just start doing really good. Oh, it's already zeroed out. All right. You could go negative before, but now you can't. The hypercar driving is good. I'm a big fan of the hypercars in this. I'm a big fan. Right now, everything drives good to me. So far, day 2 is better than day 1, Fway. We ran it. I've been doing ranked all morning, and we ran into one issue on ranked, and it was fixed immediately. So... It helps to know how to drag race, boys. Problem with drag races, though, is they don't know how to turn. All right, we made it to turn 1 on second place. I'll take it. Wait, why haven't you played? Oh, almost. No! Thought I was out of the woods there. Why? What the? Are you kidding me? Why do people drive like ass in video games? I'm not blaming the guy who spun out. That was under his own. But like that right there, just hitting me for no fucking reason? I'm cutting that corner. Get over it. Now my car's all broken. Now I gotta go to the pits. Well, that was a terrible re-entry, Evan. Good job. It doesn't make sense when I get sideswiped like that in a straight. There is nothing that pisses me off more in sim racing than when someone crashes you in a dead straight line.
You've been given a penalty for track limits. Careful with the speed. We don't want to get any penalties.
It's so frustrating. So frustrating. Lobbies have been great, the people have been terrible. Oh, he turned right into you. I bet he thought... Dude, I don't know how I supposedly ran him off the road. It's frustrating, man. People drive like that. Well, that's good to know that the pages turn on when you go in the pit, even if you have them off on display. I didn't know that. I have the pages turned off, obviously, for a nice clean HUD look. But when you go in the pit, it reappears. That's good to know. But yes, people in this game still don't know how to drag race. If you have a car that doesn't have TC, you just cannot stay in the throttle. You have to drive the car. Unlike that turn right there where I did not drive the car. I think it does, Stu. People will go nuts in qualifying, chasing, like, you know, the top time so they can qualify, and then I drive around all of them at the start of the race. Because they sit there with no traction control, just blowing the tires off. Good to know I'm completely out of this race. Like, I don't, like, this is the part that sucks. I'm going to lose points if I just execute the rest of this race perfectly. And it in no way was my fault that I'm all the way back here completely out of this race. But if I quit, I don't lose any points. Where's the incentive to stay in this race right now? I'm not going to do any racing with anybody. I'm just going to do a whole bunch of... I'm going to do 17 solo laps right now. Because someone decided they wanted to sideswipe me for no reason. But if I quit, I don't do any solo laps, I don't waste my time, and I don't lose any points. You understand my point of what's the point of continuing right now? Defending my honor? Oh, I know. That's why, dude. That's. Don't even get me started on LMU's system. I don't. That system alone makes me not want to play that game ever again. Yeah, I'm not doing 17 laps of solo runs when I'm pissed off like that. That's a skip. Oh, my rating did go down though, so I don't care either way. I'd rather lose points than deal with that bullshit. Yeah, so my global rating stayed the same. My class rating dropped 6.5. Oh, so 6 points. Went from 66.82 or 85 to 60.82. I don't care. I don't do well in ranked because I don't like idiots ruining the race for you and then you having to just suffer because other people suck, you know? And that's not this game. That's all games. Ranked racing completely, like, just takes so much fun out of it for me. Because the first guy spun out. That's on him. I can't blame him for... I mean, in that scenario, what you should do is you get on the... When you spin out and you've completely lost control of the car, get on the brakes. Lock those tires up so you stop as fast as possible. Right? Because I thought I was going to completely clear him, but he rolled into my lane. And then it took me out. That would have been an easy first place take. And then, okay, I wouldn't have been able at that point just do some driving and stay in front of the pack. But that got two guys in front of me. And then for some reason, one of them decided in the straight line after the next turn, I don't like you. And he's just going to crash me. Now, maybe it was completely ignorant, or maybe it was intentional. Either way, I have no way of knowing, but it took me out of the race. And it also fouled my mood. And once my mood gets fouled, there's no recovering. Yeah. That pissed me off. Anyway. Do I ever do social races? I wish we get more people in them. Sometimes I just want to race and not interested in being sweaty. What are the social races? Definitely wrecked you on purpose. Isn't there supposed to be a penalty system for that? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think like that's been implemented to stop people from being... In all fairness, what's different between this and ranked? Oh, it's just not... Okay, so it's the same thing. It's just not... no ranking. Got it. Yeah, incident points, Row. The incident point system does work nice, but it's not... In my opinion, it isn't implemented right in... This is 5 hours away. Like, this sucks. No points, no license required. There is when I set my lobbies up. Whole boatload of multi-class racing online. Right now, custom lobbies is still the best thing about this game to me. Like, hands down. But I also genuinely... don't really like ranked racing in general on any game. Merrick, sorry if I butchered that. Thank you for the sub. Is this game playable on controller? I don't play it really on controller. What about controller play? Is anybody in here? What do you guys think? Ranked racing is good in theory, so high and low skills can coexist, but unless there's a few splits, everyone is together anyway. Just got the game, so like, is this Project Cars but worse? No, I mean, I don't really know what you want me to say. Do you want me to say yes or no? Is that your opinion? That it's worse than Project Cars? Or... Controller all good. Rusty Nail says controller's good. So like, for example, let's just do this. Let's do where this game... Do my favorite thing to do. I don't know why I got out of that and then went back in. Multiclass. I like seeing lobbies up, boys. Of course. That's probably a practice race for the ranked race. Like, god damn. People, this game shines in ways that are not your typical, you know, Me Too cars. Speaking of Me Too cars, I'm going to get an LMDH. By the way, I have to figure it out audio-wise, but I think they need to fix the audio on this Cadillac, because I'm pretty sure it's got a turbo. I didn't even realize this car didn't have a turbo. I was so infatuated by the sound of it, and then when I put up my review of like the visuals, and I mentioned the turbo noise, I got corrected in chat or in comments that the car doesn't have a turbo. I'm like, you know what? I think you're right. And then I looked it up and I confirmed it does not have a turbo, but it sounds like it's got a turbo. If anybody wants to join, we're gonna throw up a lobby quick. 32 cars. 5-minute quali, 7 laps. Start time. Do 1x, 8 a.m. We'll turn damage off for now since I don't trust anybody. You know what, for all you Me Too guys, I'll leave GT3 in. Multi-class lobbies going up. Am I competitive to AI in career mode? It depends on what I set them to. At 100%, only on some tracks and some cars. But most of the time, I'm between 80 and 90% is probably where I fit in well. It really depends on the track and the car, though. LMDH will kick my ass at 100%. What camera settings do I use? I mean, like, what, default. Whatever the game gives me. I'll show you the options when I can. Only thing I do to my interior settings is turn off the wheel and turn off the look smoothing, so it just snaps to left and right rather than giving me the fancy schmancy animation. Hey! Look at that. They're always on standby. Yeah, I gotta get... Oh, look at that. Getting back into custom lobby. That to me is where the most fun is. Like, I want to like ranked. Tom from MySpace, exactly. I I want to like ranked. I just can't. The biggest thing that pulls me out of ranked is when an idiot ruins your race immediately. And there's so many idiots. Like, that race was off to a great start. The one guy spun out. I thought I was going to clear him. I didn't. And then the rest is history, you know? At least in this, when an incident happens of bad driving in custom lobby, you don't get penalized for it. It's just a fun race, you know? Daytona 94, eh? Oh, never mind. He didn't like me saying his name. Disappeared immediately. I appreciate that, sir, about the file. I'm going to look in that next race. Or at least when I get off on lobbies or whatnot. How does it look in the rain? Does it still act like there's a windshield there and there's just no shader for it? Or does full-on rain come into the cabin of the car? Does it physically delete the geo of the mirror, or does it delete the shader so the filter is gone? I'm sitting on a wheel and I'm playing the living room TV because I don't have another room in the house and I'm doing just fine. Yeah, I mean, I've played with it on PS5 on controller. I suck at it, but I don't play on controller. Period. I suck at GT7 on controller. So, just had a race and kept being rammed off track on social races. Glick approved. No rain shows? Alright, that might be the way I do it then. Because I'm a big fan of, whatever, it is what it is. Said you sent it to my email? EJR Racing or EJR Performance? Because I technically have two. I assume Performance. Never mind, it went to spam. Never drive in the rain without a windshield. Nope, wrong thing. I'll try that out in a second. Alright, let's get into it. Vehicle setup. So I'm curious. I want to see if they fixed this bug in the hotfix and just didn't mention it. I haven't tried it. The lack of applying of... So I noticed this yesterday with 2.0. You'll have a setup for the car, and it will be here. Like, as soon as I go into it, by default, the only thing that's changed really is the force feedback. And Oh, I actually got to turn something. Oh, I'm in my wrong setup. Damn it. All right, let me test it first. And I'm just going to go right back to the pit. Drive. Actually, so it is working right now, so maybe they did fix it. It wasn't applying, it would show the setup on screen like it was there, but it wasn't applied. You'd have to click load and still load the setup. But maybe they did fix it. Because I will say, there's a lot of ninja fixes that don't make it in a patch note. Like, for example, the startup of LMDH. That was a big thing with this car, where, like, if you spun out, good luck getting back in the race. That was fixed. The cars drive great now. Wasn't in the patch notes. So that happens a lot. Oh, I love these cars, man. By the way, so back to what I was saying about the turbo. It sounds like it's got a turbo, does it not? Let's slow it back down and let's lug the motor. Listen. You hear a turbo, right? It does sound like bald eagles, that's for damn sure. It sounds incredible. I can't tell if that's trying to duplicate drivetrain sound or turbo. The car doesn't have a turbo in real life, which is why I'm asking. I guess that... I don't know, man. That sounds like a turbo. Like, I can't tell. Part of me thinks it's like gear whine. But then another part of me thinks it's like a turbo. I'm trying to go see how linear it is. Like if it's very, very distinct with mile per hour or not. See, that's the thing. No. Guys, it's not staying... If you listen closely, when I shift, the sound goes back down again. See? Gear whine doesn't change like that. Gear whine would stay the same pitch and get louder and louder and louder and louder and louder as you accelerate. Watch when I shift. See? It might be intended as gear whine, but it's operating like a turbo. Either way, I can totally ignore it because I think it sounds badass. I'm hearing the sound. I'm sorry, I hear a turbo. I think the only way to realistically to kind of prove if it is a turbo sound or not is to drive one of the other cars that has a turbo and see if it's the same sound. You know? It might just be that they applied that sound to all the cars because they changed the turbos. And everything in this class has a turbo except this car. So they might have just... You know, apply all, highlight, copy, all. You know, it's possible. I don't know. I mean, like I said, it sounds awesome. So I really don't care. But for the argument's sake of accuracy, to me it sounds like a turbo. I wish it was turboed. I'd like this car even more. Put it past Rye. Just listen to the onboard for the car. Well, for what it's worth, the realistic sound, Slick, this car is way too loud to hear gear whine.
No time set. We're starting at the back of the grid.
Like you really only hear gear whine when you have a quieter sound. Not a quiet sound, but, you know. You either have to have really, really bad gear whine or a quieter operating engine. Like I said, I like the sound. But if it's one of those things where, like, oops, it's one of those things where, like, this is what I can accept in this scenario. If the devs were like, oh, yeah, we fat-fingered it, we got to remove that. Or it's gear whine, it's our version. Oh, that's fine, I don't care either way. Like I said, I don't dislike the sound. I actually prefer the sound. If the sound wasn't there, I might like the sound less. But from an authentic standpoint in conversation, I wish I knew about this. I feel so stupid that I didn't know I could turn off the smoothing on looking. Idiot. Anti-World, thank you for the sub. Yeah, like I mean, then again, you're not really going to spool the turbo from idle anyway, or without load, but I don't really hear anything at idle, or not moving, I mean. That sounds NA to me. But that sounds like a turbo. That's unnecessary. I feel like my tires are really cold right now. I thought I had pre-warm on, but maybe I didn't. Up. Woo! What a dodge. If you can dodge a wrench. Yeah, I'm running 7 on the wing right now, so I probably don't have the straight line that these guys do. So hooked in this game, trying all the different cars. Yeah, that's where a game like this truly, truly shines. Like, this is how I look at this game. This game is designed to please people who have driven cars, who are car people, who like cars. It doesn't feel like a game that's built to please sim racers. And most sim racers have never experienced any level of, like, car in their life. Some have, obviously. Not saying everybody. But most of the people who are sim racing have never driven anything faster than, like, a Hyundai Accent or something. You know? Now, younger people, they get a pass. They get a pass. But a lot of, like, the authority figures, in my opinion, of, like, on YouTube, they can have their opinions, but they don't really have a lot to stand on, in my opinion. This game, if you've driven anything that has some level of sport into it, you pay attention to cars, you love racing, this game should appeal to you. Like, nothing about iRacing makes me care about cars at all. Oh, I appreciate the compliment, but clearly someone is faster than me. Oh, Ro, that's funny. Go to the store on electric scooters and talk about how a Porsche should feel. Oh, man, that's hysterical. It's the truth, though. It's the truth. It's the absolute truth. It's mean, but it's the truth. Like, all the interviews with Ben Collins, did you notice, right? Not a very good sim racer, but he was a Stig. Guy's got some experience, knows how to drive a car, knows cars. Complains about all the things I regularly son of a bitch. I thought I was gonna dodge him, and all I did was spin out. Screw it, we can do what we gotta do here, boys. There we go. World's greatest bath thirst recovery right there. Oh, he's long gone now. Ah, I tried to avoid him, and I forgot that that turn right there sucks you in on the LMDH cars, and it spun me out. Bo Duke, yeah. You know it. Uh-oh, wasn't paying attention. Oh, recovered, though. We got it. But yeah, point is that this game feels like it was a game built for car guys. You know? Car guys will appreciate the aspects of it. When I hear people complain about the audio in this game, and I hear the cars, like when people say the 787B sounds terrible, it's like, oh, so you don't like the sound of a four-rotor. Because it could not be any more one-to-one to the real car. Like, that is exactly what the 787B sounds like. So you just don't like four-rotors, that's all. Like, I would love to know what you think that car should sound like. Like the sound guy at Straight 4, I think he's crushing it. I think he's absolutely crushing it. Yeah, some of the car sounds don't sound authentic, but that's a hard ask. Especially when you gotta listen to videos and figure it out. Like, I think the audio, if I had to go on the negative side of this conversation, I think the car audio that bothers me the most is the E46 M3 GTR. That car sounds badass in real life. Like, badass. And in every sim, it just sounds like a six-cylinder that revs. It just does not sound appealing. So if I could use my powers that be to the sound guy, I would say that car would be the car that I would say needs to be the #1 revisit when it comes to audio. Because that car sounds mean. That car sounds like it makes power in real life. And in the game, it just doesn't. It sounds like it's just another six-cylinder. Woo! Yeah, I hear you, Fogbound. I hear you. He has a lot of good points that I agree with. But, like, one thing that I fundamentally disagree with him on about force feedback is oscillations. Oscillations are not a real car thing. But he thinks they should be there because they're a force feedback delivery method. But I don't care. I'm not setting up my force feedback on my wheel to give me lateral G-forces. That's stupid. I want my wheel, my force feedback on my wheel to do what a real-life car's wheel would do. Not give me extra assists, or not assists, but sensations that a wheel would never give me. The only thing that gives me G-forces is actual movement. And not for nothing, but the one missing thing that cannot be duplicated no matter how hard you try in sim racing is fear. Fear of death. Everybody thinks they're a badass until they get into something real, and all of a sudden, there's the chance of death occurring. All of a sudden, that super easy limit to find in a video game gets really, really, really hard to find. Because all you do is underdrive the shit out of the car. Because you want to be able to go home. A real car doesn't oscillate, exactly. A real car, no matter how fast you're going, unless you have some really, really bad front end alignment going on, the wheel stays straight. A car naturally wants to drive straight. It doesn't want to turn on its own. You have to turn it. But you can't argue that with a sim racer. According to a sim racer, when you let go of the wheel, it should oscillate until it explodes. Look what my wheel's doing. Nothing. What it does in real life. Anyway, I know I'm getting preachy right now. Sorry. But it just annoys me. You know, a wheel doesn't oscillate if you don't let go of it. Okay. Got it. Captain Realism and Accuracy. Same spot, got me again. Alright, let's Bo Duke it. Ow! 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 Spinning out on Bathurst has got to be, like, the most Austin Powers simulator that could ever be. Holy Austin Powers, man. It's the worst. Why do you think I went in reverse halfway down the mountain? Not for nothing, but as far as re-entry, there is no re-entry going down the mountain on Bathurst. There is no off-track. The entire spin-out is on track. There's nowhere to go. That's why I'm Austin Powersing it. Out of curiosity, yesterday, did Gamer Muscle drive anything besides the MX-5? I didn't really watch his stream, but the few times I did see it, he was in the MX-5. Fuck this. Best thing, I don't have a car license, never driven a car, but love racing. It's the best racing game for Xbox players, in my opinion. Let's see. There's no rolling start. I know, right? Guess I'm old. Grew up in them 70s and 80s, and we drove Mustangs, Camaros, old hot rods all the time. We weren't old, and they weren't old, and we're everywhere. Yeah, that's why you like PMR. I mean, I'm not saying you have to be a car guy, but I'm saying that's who the game appeals to. People who have some level of experience driving some level of car that has some sport to it. You know, that the whole idea of cars and enjoying cars is in your nature. Most Europeans own a 1.1 liter NA car that tops out at 75 miles per hour and want to talk about how performance cars should feel. I also did have a good base setup for Rennsport, though. It did help me out. Gotcha. But can't comment about car physics when you don't even own a car. I don't go and tell real pilot how flight model is wrong. I don't even... Exactly. Your wheel oscillates when you hit your brakes IRL? Nice. I don't know if that's a joke or if that's a statement and you don't know why. I can tell you why. Got some warped-ass rotors, bro. Hi, EJR. I agree. I love PMR as well. Glad to hear it. Should we use default setups? If you, I do recommend starting with a default setup. Absolutely. All I do is for default setups. Mind you, I am subsequently average at racing, but all I do is run default setups. He just keeps talking about force feedback, but doing close to 0 to adjust settings most of the time. Yeah, that's the unfortunate part. Some people shouldn't be allowed to choose an LMDH. Why? What's going on? Are you in this lobby? That would actually, I do agree, that would be a little bit more authentic and be better than a mini-map. Because I hate the mini-map, but I understand what Slick's saying about having it for re-entry. But I hate the mini-map. However, if the spotter would be like, hold, okay, go, or just something simple like that, but then there's going to have to be some form of telemetry built into the system and built into the actual track that... You know, I mean, I guess there technically already is because there's yellow flags and stuff like that. But I would be interested to see if that would be the absolute best case scenario. It'd be the coolest, most authentic way. You know, because in real life, the only thing you can do is look. You know, I don't see anybody coming. You know, the other thing you have is a spotter. You know, like look what happened on Bathurst a couple weeks ago. From a spot, not necessarily a spotter, but comms, an engineer doing a shit job and not telling people to slow down. You know?
And here comes Moss, well out in front with the lead. And Fangio is there too, followed by Italian Umberto Maglioli in a Ferrari.
Austria. Jump on in. Local minimap in the future, not the full map. Yeah, that'd be nice too. That's probably a much easier thing to implement than what I said. I just think the one I said would be, oh wait, I didn't want this track. What am I doing? This is what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of things that the spotter could say to generate a more authentic... Like, I hate to give it to an EA title, but... F125. Like, the spotter is so annoying because he's constantly telling me everything going on. But I'm also, that's in like an arcadey type game where, yeah, I'm just here to do some racing. Whereas in something like this, being like, you know, chasing that authentic racing experience, a spotter could do a lot of talking, you know, have a lot of things to say that would be enlightening to the experience, I guess you would say. But yes, I agree. But, you know, I'm sure there's so many irons in the fire there that, like, half the things or 90% of the things we say have already been talked about, you know? Ran out of fuel, Irish? Damn, how much fuel are you running? That was arguably a sprint race. Oh, Neil, I wouldn't take that personal. There's a bunch of dumb idiot Americans. And there's a bunch of dumb idiot Europeans. Let's just be honest. There's a bunch of dumb idiots. I guess this is going to be a nighttime race because 8 Oh, that's right. I think... Does that bug still exist, I wonder? Where the time doesn't reset... You have to rebind it? Oh, no. I did select the tracks. Oh, wait, no. I didn't change that part, though. Oh, well. Here's what it is. Gotcha. Gotcha, Neil. Gotcha. Well, the Corvette is sort of like this hybrid car, you know? And by hybrid car, I mean Europeans like it and Americans like it. Because it's got some semblance of handling built into it out of the box. Mustangs, Camaros, they obviously don't. I mean, they do now, but they didn't for the longest time. Look at that sunrise. I cannot wait for the GT500s either. They're going to be a hot ticket. Sorry. You just wouldn't stop sliding right there. Oh my god. God damn it. Reading chat. Not looking where I'm going. Amateur driver at best. Whoa! Oh, that's my bad. That's my bad. You're good. No, you can go. You go. You go. That's my bad. I forgot. This track gets me every time. I always want to do the hairpin right there. And the hairpin's not there. That's the Grand Prix circuit. So I was on the brakes hard. He clearly knows where he's going, so just go in front of me. I have no idea where I'm going. Slow and steady, boys. Slow and steady. I want to learn this track, but it's so hard because I don't know where I'm going, and it's dark. And I'm in a car that's probably too fast to learn this track on. Let's have some fun.
End of session, mate. Check and flag this lap.
Got the flying zone thing every lap. Well, I could be wrong, but I think they said the High Rock is coming with the DLC, correct? I don't actually know offhand, I'll be honest with you. We're getting... I know there's a real track, I believe, and I believe we're getting High Rock. I could be wrong.
That's P2, mate. Very good driving. Remember, we can win this from the front row.
Yeah, a lot of the weather now in this game is phenomenal. Oh, damn, there's a lot of LMDHs out here. Damn, Daniel, I should almost put the line on for everybody else's safety. I think I'm going to do that. I just don't want to ruin anybody else's race, and I don't know this track well enough to trust my own driving. That's the only nighttime visual that I think they need to work on a little bit, is the exposure that comes in from tail lights behind the car. There needs to be some light, for sure, reflecting, obviously, but it's like, it's just too much right now. But honestly, though, it's quite literally night and day how much better it looks at nighttime than before. I hated the visuals before, like... I'm not even, like, sensationalizing it when I say hate. It was way off the mark nighttime before. Now I'm liking it. I really want to get, now that the startup bug is fixed in the LMDHs, I really want to start spending more time with them again, because I do like driving these cars a lot. But the startup bug, the battery bug, was really killing my motivation. But now Now we're solid. Right? Driveline police. Either way, I'm super excited for High Rock. Whenever we do get it, I am going to be spamming it in my lobbies. Like, doing it again, doing it again, doing it again, doing it again, doing it again. Why do people hate on the driving line? Why do people bully people in real life for any particular reason whatsoever? Insecurity issues, like everything else. I gotta figure that turn out right there. Appreciate that, con man. Not for nothing, too. You have any idea how many people who, when they don't stream, use the line? There's a lot of people that hide the idea of using the line, but then they use it. At the end of the day, let people do what they want, you know? The line should not be such a contentious point of conversation. Go without lights. And look at that sunrise. See, that's the part that's nice about having the windshield. That reflection that just came through that windshield, that sunrise right there, that was badass looking. How's the game on controller on PS5? Anybody have that to answer?
out, mate. Keep it on the island.
The line will So, the line will help you in the beginning, hurt you in the long run. I'm winning this race right now because of the line. But I also don't know where I'm going. So I went 2 seconds faster with the line on right there. Oh, the Nietzsche's voice. What a dick. Oh, wow, we got a lot of comments that came in there. Man, they really should fix the sound for the Caddy. It sounds so bad. This is what I'm talking about with the audio comments. Chat, who else thinks this car sounds bad? Igor, if learning a track, nothing wrong with having it on for the first few laps for Silverstone. Mr. Flat Track, it's hard to spot corners before you, especially in the LMDH. Jester, I tagged you in Discord, but I fixed the crash in the menu. I know that. I checked that with PS5 right off the rip. But my chat, if you're wondering, I put up the poll. Did the hotfix solve your connection issues? 139 votes, 76% say yes, 24% say no. So, hotfix is progress, nothing else. I've been doing well, this is actually a hosted lobby, but I did ranked all day, and the only problem was really shitty drivers. But other than that, we had one 992 Sprint Cup that nobody got into. It counted down and nobody got into. Sora was here. He fixed it on the back end right away. The next time we jumped in, it was fine. So... let's see. Repping guy changed stuff up. Might be on if you are ranked. Some people need training wheels. Yep, it's true. Caddying sounds sick. Yeah. Car sounds great. I mean, listen, you're entitled to your opinion, but I just don't know what you think would make this thing sound better. Have a good one, Jester. This has been better behaved racing? Yeah. Believe it or not, tryharding does the opposite for most people. Tryharding, instead of making people drive proper, makes them drive reckless because they want the position, whereas in like a more casual lobby, they're more likely... Thank you for the sub, Robin Crawling. Appreciate that. They're more likely to they're more likely to hit the brakes and go easy so they can have a smooth experience. Whereas when ranked is on the line, it should be the opposite. They should drive safer because ranking is on the line. But people want to overtake so aggressively that everybody just crashes into everybody. I think that this is the closest, this particular Cadillac sound has been, it's not one for one the real car. I think it's the closest one has been. Because I think the LMU car is way off the mark. LMU car is way off. Like, I really feel like games should have, like, a solid, like, handbook as to how ranked racing should happen. In ranked racing, you always want to start off as a slow driver. Start slow, be slow, and just get faster. And you will find that as you find pace around other cars on the track, you will also, over time, find positions. But everybody just wants to be the hero and win in turn 1, and that never works out. Everybody dies. Do Daytona. Daytona. Do another 5 minutes of quali because I want to yap. Oh, yeah, we did that. We cycled that one time, normal speed. Sunrise looks so good. In fact, we're actually going to do 7 a.m. so we get some sunrise in there. Oh, baby. Look at this. We don't have Laguna Seca in this. I wish we did. But maybe in time. But right now, we don't have it. Lexus GT3 is a good sound. That's actually my favorite audio in ACC. Listen to this lobby music, man. Shit pumps me up. It's way better than my synthwave playing in the background. And not a problem, Jimbot. Lobbies have been popping the whole time since this game came out with 2.0. I just realized it's 3 o'clock. This might actually have to be my last race. Shit. We're fragging right now, too. This game kills... When this game is moving, it kills time. Actually text... Austin's videos. What's his YouTube handle? The only Austin I can think of is Austin Evans, who does computer stuff, not sim stuff. Remember, guys, this is a dead game. It's true. And let's say, Jera, I'm not sure how to say that. I have listened to the Caddy quite a bit. And no, it's not 1 for 1. But I think that this is still the best iteration of this car. Like I said, LMU and AMS2. They both sound good, but they both sound literally nothing like the Cadillac LMDH. Load, default. Oh, he's the one to record the trailer? Got it. I really want to try that windshield filter. I don't want to just get off the internet, but at the same time... Oh, I want to turn off the line now, too. Now I don't want the line on. For what it's worth, I prefer to not have the line on if it's not really going to do anything for me. Visually speaking. Lines are ugly, but... sometimes I need them. Yeah, that's good, Neil Sonny. Like I said, and here's the great thing, and I've preached this so many times, that these big YouTubers that, like, put out hit pieces on the game, it might hurt the game a little bit, but at the end of the day, the one thing that matters more than anything else for a game's success is the game actually being good. And the game is actually good. So all it takes is a little snowball rolling downhill to get the ball rolling, and then it's just going to pick up momentum. One person's going to tell, one person's going to tell, one person, and next thing you know, snowball effect, game is successful. And then out of nowhere, random YouTubers on the internet, their tone's going to change. Because all of a sudden, it's not cool to hate the game. It's cool to like the game. I wouldn't really call the windshield an advantage, but I get your point 100%. I do think mods should be turned off in league racing for sure. But the windshield is just purely a visual thing. It doesn't. The windshield being there doesn't at all affect me. I just prefer the look of the clearness. Look at that. Look how much better that imagery looks without the windshield. The windshield 100% looks realistic. Lexan windows suck in real life. But from the beauty and artistry of the game, the environment that's there, look at that shit. Well, you know what? I actually see a little bit of shimmering going on. That could be the driver. Now I'm going to have to experiment with that too. Maybe this new driver isn't fully proper yet. See little sparkles happening? I see them. They don't happen in cockpit view. Now I'm going to have to install the drivers. And remember this 7 a.m. Daytona. NVIDIA drivers, man. That's just your fans taking pictures? Yeah, right? Oh, man. NVIDIA's been on such a shit streak when it comes to their drivers. Actually, before I do that, I'm believe it or not, right now, I'm far more interested in the flickers. Let me see something here. Settings, DLAA. See if it happens with DLAA. Yes, they're still there. They're just not as bad. So let's see. Settings. Let's try TAA. They're still there, but they're very, very, very minor. Off. Up! There you go. There you go. So turning off anti-aliasing really spots them. That's a graphical bug. However, this has been the NVIDIA driver problem that we've experienced. It's just been the best on this. So the funny thing is that I turned off a feature. And look at all that shit. So their new driver doesn't... I'm gonna go back to the previous driver that I know works proper. And I'm gonna see if that's still there. So now that's easy to... I don't even have to pretend I don't do or do not see that. So it varies on what one you use, but that's baked in. That's baked there. Having no anti-aliasing on means it's there. It's not like from a feature and that's a graphical feature, right? Yep. That's why it's important to test new drivers and all. That's what I've been doing with this driver. So now I have to go back to the previous driver that I know worked and see if that's still there. Because if that's a game visual bug or if that's a driver visual bug. If it does it with a driver that I know is good, then that's a game side visual bug. Bit of J.J. Abrams, right? It is nice. Like, what they're going for is a nice, realistic look. But it is distracting, for sure. Like that, with the sun popping through the fence like that and flickering on the A-pillar. That looks good. Lens flares for days, yep. Miss Scoozy, sir. Oh, yeah, I saw that, Jester, yeah. Dude, when they nail the weather and, like, sunrise and shit, oh, my God. It's literal cinema. But this is an ugly, dead game that deserves to die. I don't know. I ran out of insults real quick. Look at this shit. Oh, it's so good.
Second flag, this lap. Session's over.
Oh, man. Like, Fanatec, Jimmy Broadbent has Fanatec gear again. They've had a bad rep the past couple of years that will miraculously change on social media. Oh, God. What's funny, too, right? Fanatec's been doing all this hyping about their new, Jimmy Broadbent, Super GT, picking them up now. And yet, the first thing they announce about consumer-related things that are not the hype model and who they signed to promote them is that they have to delay the new podium pedals that they super hyped up and were really good looking. It's like, it shows where you're putting your efforts. What you want about this dead game, I know. I know.
No time set.
Where are we at on the votes right now? Where are we at on the votes? 76-24. Good. 76% of people say the Hotfix fixed their problems. But Sora did purport that there is still a general dropout issue, disconnect issue that affects everything. But he says, but it does seem like it's affected primarily by your actual internet connection. But at that point, though, it's like, how much of it is the game and how much of it is at that point you just need better internet? Like, when does that transition happen to where it's acceptable for the game and we can move on, you know? But, like, I have not had outside of that one sprint cup there, where Sora fixed it almost immediately, flawless. Absolutely flawless. Absolutely, positively. Yeah, 29 people in the lobby. I don't care how inaccurate that sound is. That thing's a sound of beauty. My guy. My guy. Oh, I apologize. My radar said I was clear. Sorry, yellow car. My radar said I'll watch it back, but I'm pretty sure my radar said I could squeeze through that. And I still got the hit animation. Can anybody rewind that and see if my radar said I had space to squeeze through there? Because I glanced over, it looked like I did. Whoa, that was a big flicker.
Impressive driving, mate. Fastest lap in class.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the fastest lap in our class. Great work. Keep on it.
Damn. He's got a little more than me in the straights. Can't rely on the draft even to get him. Yeah, he must be running less downforce than stock. Oh, no! So close to saving it. We did the same thing. Oh, well. I tried. I think I gotta pull a little bit of wing out of the car if I want to be able to, because that's basically my sort of my like LM, or basically in general my tactic with Daytona. Maintain your pace, get as close, lock in with you in the bus stop as best I can. If I can come out of the bus stop with just a little bit more mile per hour than you, I can use your draft and then overtake you in the straights. But he was outrunning me in the straights even when I had his draft, so. And then obviously turn one was my own, just too hard of a push. I do love driving these cars though. Daytona is such a like challenging track in the most simple way. Same spot. I did it again. I wonder if my tires are taking, because I am on softs. My tires might be getting a little too greasy. I want to say softs are good for about 5 laps on Daytona. Jester would probably know a little bit more if you're still watching. How long you think the softs are good for on Daytona. I'm just trying to get to the finish line now. I don't even care about performance. I'm not gaining any positions here. I normally stick with mediums on these cars. I figured I'd give softs a try. I know better than to run softs on Daytona. But I was running softs on some of the other smaller tracks, and I just decided not to switch it up. And I can see the sparkles all over the track. Let's see how if I maintain that fastest lap or not. That'll be my consolation prize. Maintaining the fastest lap. Yep. Woo! Woo! I still have yet to get a 135 out of the Cadillac. Then again, it is default, so I'm sure if I played with the wing, I could probably get a little more out of it. Good racing, Dano. Good racing. Oh, if that was you in second there in the Lamborghini, then I assume you're running a less wing than default? Because even when I came out of the bus stop in your draft, you drove away from me once I was in your draft. .5. Yeah, I'm running 4. What's default? What am I running? I might have been. No, I know. There's no way I was running 7. Because 7 is my what I run for the short course stuff. I think it's 4. I think 4 is the default. I gotta look. Lobby's very stable. Yeah. Did anybody crash? I mean, I'm sure there's some people disconnected. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people disconnected. This is a dev, so he probably quit, if I had to guess. Too wicked. Where? What did you do? What'd you run? Where are you on here? Am I blind? Oh, right there. Alright, you're in a GT car. No, you're not slow. Bunted first corner. This game feels good right now, boys. This game feels good right now. Even with the big lobby. Yeah, dude, it feels so good. Big ass lobbies. I'm backing out of here, so yeah, it looks like everybody got the message, so. We got to look at it. Look at this though. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Bunch of GT3 boring people though, but hey, you know. Man, why does everybody like there are so many better cars in this game than GT3. Oh, let me real quick. Let me check what my setup was. Can I check setup from the menu, or I gotta go to the race? I'll just go to the race. I'm slow, but man, some pigeons should learn to try before jumping in LMDH. Let's see. Vehicle setup. What's my Daytona setup? Yeah, 4 on the wing. 4 on the wing, but I should have probably went with mediums. Because I noticed it was starting to get too loose in those last couple laps. I'm going to play with the filter. I'm going to play with those drivers, and then I'm going to update my Discord if the drivers are the problem or if it's the game. Anyway, folks. The other cars don't have nanny tools like ABS and TCS, therefore I spam GT3 average sim racer. Yep, I believe it. I believe it. Anybody on live right now? Send you all over to? Nope. Nope. Well, boys, that's a wrap for me. I'm not going to be on tonight. I might jump on casually. I'll probably jump in some people's lobbies if Jester hosts some lobbies. I'm not going to be streaming. I need a night off. I just want to chill. Yes, Too Wicked. Great racing with you guys as well. If Jester hosts some lobbies, I'll try and get some people to go into it from my Discord, and yeah. But like I said, if I play tonight, it'll be much more casual. I'm not streaming. So, anyway, folks. This was fun as usual. I'm enjoying this a lot. This is so much better. So, this song is very good for the sign-off. Very emotional. We've made progress, boys. Made good progress. Game's feeling good. Go music. That's way off key. Anyway, yeah, this is a good time. But anyway, I will be streaming again tomorrow. Same thing tomorrow, during the day. And then at nighttime, I will be doing lobbies again, because it's Friday night. But, yeah. We're feeling good. Hotfix is looking good for people. I had no lobby issues. The one lobby issue we ran into, everybody DQ or disconnected from the lobby. And Sora was there. Sora checked it out on his end. I sent him the log, and he fixed it. It was a back-end issue on their end, so we're good. We got in that race after that. So anyway, boys, it's been a blast. I'm happy this game is where it's at right now, because that means streaming is going to be more fun. I'm ready to stream more, but like I'm past the time I have to get off. So yeah. I hope you all enjoy it. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the racing tonight, and I'll try and join you if I can for some casual stuff. Casual racing, nothing else. Anyway, folks, I'll see you all tomorrow.